Yes. Thank you.
We're on? Okay. Good evening and welcome to the Timberlane Regional School Board meeting of November 2nd. I will call this meeting to order at 7:20. We're going to have a, let's do this. We'll call to order, and then we'll have a roll call.
Peter Belo.
Here.
Brian Boyle.
Here.
Stephanie Doobie.
Here.
Kim Farah.
Here.
Donna Green.
Here.
Dan Guide. Sue Sherman.
Here.
Gregory Spiro. Kelly Ward.
Here.
Also present at the table this evening is student representative Brian Lavoie, and we are expecting the superintendent this evening as well. All other administrators, as well as Timberlane Teachers Association officers, will be reflected in the meeting minutes.
Okay. All rise, please. Mr. Lavoie, leads the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First up, we're going to have a public hearing for a donation. So I guess I will entertain a motion to open up for a public hearing.
Mr. Patterson's donating something to us?
Is correct here? We have to,
We'll just open it at 7:20.
motion to open at 7:20? Okay. Yep.
Second.
I don't think you need to motion, you just open the public hearing.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
All right.
So good evening. My name is Mark Pedersen. I'm the Academic Dean of STEM for both middle school and high school. I come to you this evening in asking that you accept a donation in the amount of $5,000 from the New Balance Company to support the high school robotics team. They've made this donation in previous years. They've upped the amount of money this year because mainly, I think, because they've seen the success that we've had with their donations in the past. We've increased the number of competitions we've gone to. We've increased the success that we've had there. I think last year we increased the number of robots to 2, and so we've been trying to get some more students and just had some great success with it. So I'd like you to accept this donation so we can continue with the successes of the robotics team.
I'll make a
Kelly?
motion.
I'll make that.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Watts, second Mr. Belo. Discussion? Ms. Green?
It's wonderful. It really is.
Yes.
And I have a whole new attitude when my son comes to visit and he buys expensive New Balance shoes. I mean, great.
Now,
Thank you.
one question. Are our kids in the competition required to wear their symbols?
I don't believe they're required,
Okay.
but I think they do.
Right answer.
Didn't they give them sneakers as well?
They did the first year. They actually gave the customized sneakers with
Maroon
the
with the
maroon
white.
sneakers, and on the back it said owls.
Yes,
And
my
there's
kids
still
have
some
them.
kids walking around that still have those.
My son wears
yeah.
his.
Very
So
cool.
It's a cool partnership between New Balance and Timberlane.
And it's mainly due to, who's the gentleman who's the,
Frank Cornelius is an engineer with New Balance. He lives in district. He has a son at the high school and a daughter at the middle school. And he serves on the engineering advisory board. And he just wants to support, STEM and STEM initiatives and the robotics team.
I just have a quick question. When are the competitions usually held? In the spring?
There's a number of competitions. They're actually held throughout the school year. I believe there's a competition fairly soon. I don't know the exact date, but with Vex Robotics, there's a number of competitions all throughout the year.
Very good. Nice, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. What was the amount of the donation again?
$5,000.
Motion been made and seconded. All those in favor accepting the motion? Unanimous?
I'd like to make another motion, that the board extend its thanks through a letter to Mr. Cornelius for his continued support of the district and STEM within the district in particular.
I'll second that.
Good idea. All those in favor of the motion? Second? Unanimous.
Thank you, Peter. Good
Thank
idea.
you very
you.
much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So we will close the public hearing at 7:25. Okay, before we move along here, Peter gave me some information last night at our strategic planning meeting. A local legend, I guess, is, his name is Gerald Olaf Peterson, passed away. He was a long-term Plastow resident, and this person has the distinct honor that he was in Plastow. He was a town auditor, school board member, chairman, budget committee member. He was very active in the community. But he was actually the person who made the motion to build the Timberlane High School. So that's pretty impressive. That a little bit of history here. And this gentleman,
Wow.
he lived in Plastow.
Around
Apparently,
88.
yeah, 1956, 1988, and then it looks like he moved up around to the Mount Sunapee area. And I guess he was pretty active and with Timberlane, obviously being one of the original school board people to create the high school and middle school. That's pretty impressive. So just want to acknowledge his passing. And for those out there who would care to donate, in lieu of flowers, the family suggested you can make donations to the Goshen Fire Department or the Timberlane Regional High School Alumni Association Scholarship Fund.
His daughter is very active in the alumni.
So,
The Alumni Association does 4 scholarships, I believe, a year, one for each town, $500 each.
so
I don't know how many, but they're busy.
Mr. Peterson, though, clearly had the good fortune, though, of not being televised, though. So he could, somehow, I'll bet you his meetings were probably more exciting. At any rate, so just want to acknowledge his passing. Thank you. Okay, we're going to deal with approval minutes later on. Student rep, Mr. Lavoy.
All right, so I have a few things. Busy couple weeks. In the past. Since the last time the school board met, Sandown North had their bingo for books, their annual event. It's like a bingo tournament, and instead of winning prize money, they're all kids, so you can go up and pick a book, which I think is pretty cool. It's a fun thing to do down at Sandown North. I mentioned it at the last meeting, but Jazz All State, the auditions happened October 21st, which is I think this past Saturday, the Saturday before, and we did very well. I don't have the exact numbers on me, but we had a very good representation for Timberlane to make it into the Jazz All State program, which is pretty great. Consecutive things as well. The Danville School did the Willy Wonka field trip. They went down to the Letty Center in Epping. Grades 3 through 5 down in Danville went to go see Willy Wonka. It was a fun kind of bonding experience for the school. I think it was pretty interesting from what I heard. And speaking of theater type things, this past weekend the high school put on Macbeth. That was a big hit. There was a lot of attendance for that. I was a part of that, so I kind of have a little bit of a bias, but I think it was a very, very cool experience, for a lot of people. And then the 28th, last Saturday, again at the high school, was the Best Buddies Dodgeball Tournament. They held a fundraiser. The Best Buddies program is the special education department, kind of their partnership with some of the students there, and then some of these students, other students in the high school. And, their program was, facing a fear of money loss. They were like, let's have a tournament, do some fundraising, and I heard that was a huge success as well. I couldn't attend that, but if, from the people I've heard, that was a lot of fun. They won a lot of stuff there. And then that same weekend was a busy weekend. That Sunday, the high school field hockey varsity field hockey team won the state championships for the second year in a row in Bedford. They won 4-2. So this past Wednesday, they did like a little parade around the high school, kind of they're showing their pride that they just won the state championship for the second year, which is pretty cool. And then upcoming in the next couple weeks or so, tomorrow the Atkinson Academy does their annual lip sync down at the Performing Arts Center, which I think is pretty cool. They have a lot of fun with that. Obviously, next week, the 9th and 10th, Veterans Day, we have the Observe that Friday, and then we have a half day the 9th, so students can get out and do some more Veterans Day type activities, thanking veterans, things like that. And then the 12th, November 12th, which should be that Sunday, there's a Veterans Day concert at the PAC, so they do a lot of military type music and things like that to honor some of the veterans in the district as well as in the state of New Hampshire as a whole. So that's what I have for the past week and couple days up ahead, but yeah, it's been pretty busy down in the district.
That's a pretty impressive report there. An awful lot of information there, so thank you very much. Kelly?
To go along with your report, I would be remiss if I did not mention that you and the rest of the players did an outstanding job with Macbeth.
Thank you.
Fantastic to keep the rhythm and tempo of Shakespeare like you guys did at that level was awesome.
Thank you.
I didn't understand much of it, but it was awesome.
It took a while for us to understand it, but we got it.
No, it was wonderful.
It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Everyone involved definitely enjoyed it, and it's going to be something that Mr. C, as well as probably every one of us who are in it, will be talking about for a while. So,
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Tom, could you come up and give us an update on playgrounds, please? Just sitting down, first of all, I thank you for, I understand you were kind of instrumental in securing power, so we could get the Sandown School open, because was that the last of the schools that didn't have power, was Sandown?
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. And at the time, the other day, didn't really have a definitive timetable on power restoration. So our facilities team really did an excellent job of, calling places, trying to find a rental generator. And we found one that powered the building fully.
Great.
So it's very successful.
Great.
So, thank you for inviting me to update you on the status of the playgrounds at the Danville Elementary and the Atkinson Academy. Leaving your packet is a Gantt chart, and then below, broken out dates. These are the formats that you will see if I'm getting updates on specific projects. Should be a paper copy. So just to go through the milestones completed to date. You guys, the school board voted on the 5th of October to fund the project balance to help the PTAs rather, get these playgrounds finished. Color selections were made on the 11th of October. Timberlane School Board again accepted the donations at the public hearing on the 19th of October. We then issued purchase orders a few days after. Now we're in the waiting stage for the products to arrive. And we should be starting to remove and do the site prep on the 22nd of November, with installation following shortly after. So we're looking at late November, early December finish for that project for both schools.
Great. Peter? Sure.
So, first, thank you for a Gantt chart. As a project manager, it's like near and dear to my heart. I live and die by these. One question for you. So I noticed that the purchase order was issued a week and a half later than expected. Is that going to push out, or is that expected to push out the lead time to, to the right out into December? Or
No,
were they able to shorten it for you?
No, we actually, we had to receive the checks, get them deposited and whatnot, but right after the color selections were made on the 11th, I should have made a note that I did issue a notice to proceed to the contractor to go ahead, get it into the engineering and,
Great.
Start getting that in process.
Great.
Because, sometimes the purchase order process, we have to make sure the funds are in the bank before we can cut a purchase order. But we were able to issue a notice to proceed, so we didn't lose any time.
Very good. And second, just curious, what software do you use for this?
I use a web-based platform called Instagant, and it coincides with a task management software called Asana that I use on the web. They share data between each other.
Thank you.
This is great.
Yeah, I do appreciate seeing the quotes very much. Just so the public knows, the Atkinson Academy Playground has a purchase price of $59,708, and the Danville has an $18,327 price tag. I'm just wondering, because in the Atkinson Academy, it says the installation pricing is based on 30-inch footings below finished grade. And that, and that would be what was built into the price there, I was assuming, right? That they would be putting in footings?
Installation is included in
Yeah.
that price, yeah.
Whereas the other one for Danville doesn't have any footings in the installation. I noticed that. Is that
Might have just been an omission, but full installation is included on both projects. Footing's included.
Okay, and the other question I had is that it says that when you take receipt of the goods, the customer is responsible for unloading that.
Yes.
So what does that involve?
That involves a tremendous amount of work from our facilities team that they're already prepared for. We've met the vendor on site at both. So when it does come via freight, we will have our loader in place with forks to be able to pick that off of the truck.
Right, so does the district have a loader at our disposal, or do we have to rent one?
Nope, we do. We have,
We do,
we
yeah.
have the tractor that we have on site here.
Okay.
So this stuff isn't new to us. On other playground builds, it's been done before.
Yeah, it just seemed odd to me that they don't deliver it with a crane on their own truck.
It's not, they're actually using a freight company, so they don't have their own delivery companies. It's treated just like any other material.
And have
It
we
comes on
used them
freight.
before? We used this company before?
I believe the district has used Game Time in the past.
Yeah.
And in previous employment, I've used them in the past too. They've been
Okay, good.
good dealer to work with. You're welcome.
Mrs. Sherman?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, from the CIP point of view, Donna, just to refresh your memory, when we were given the specs on that particular playground, there was a estimate or a planning number given to us from Game Time that they had gone all through the process. They wanted walk the plant and rocket ship and sway benches, et cetera, but at $62,000. So they got it down to $59,000. So that's not new news. We knew those figures going in.
I know, I want the public to appreciate the kind of investment that's going in here, you know, it's considerable. And a lot of it is being paid for by donated money,
Yeah, they're
too, which is
PTAs.
very, very much appreciated. So when people give donations, and it seems like $20,000 for playground equipment seems like a lot of money, but the playground ends up costing $60,000, it just puts things in perspective for
It does.
people.
It
Yeah.
does. But these are awfully fun projects for our team to do too, because you get that payoff as soon as the kids get out there on the playground. It's-
Questions? While you're sitting there, then I guess you can talk to us about an RFP for transportation.
Yes. So first I want to lead off and just reminding everybody that the general ed pupil transportation contract is up at the end of the school year. That is roughly a $2 million a year. We've typically gone out for 5 years at a time, so we're talking about $10 million value on that contract. What I come to you tonight to do is to basically ask for your approval for a consultant to be brought on. I really want to fast-track this RFP process for the transportation contract. I want to get out early in January to hopefully get the bids back. I want to beat out the other districts that would be competing with us for other companies so we can bring in more competition. In order to fast-track this, our office will need some assistance because we are developing other options in the RFP, examining how we're routing buses, are we doing it the most efficient way? And we hope that with the consultant's suggestions, we're able to tailor some of our office operations around the new contract.
Well, Kim, could you talk a couple minutes here about conversations we've had with the superintendent about, that's how this consultant came about, I guess, basically. There's been
Well, there have been conversations. There was supposed to be a transportation update at the last meeting, which I had attended, kind of a preliminary meeting with Mr. Geary and Ms. Hodgkins, correct?
Yes, correct.
Because we was still looking to try to see about the feasibility of consolidating middle and high school bus routes, especially given where the cost per bus right now is running about $65,500. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I would anticipate that that cost is going to increase as we move out to the next transportation bid.
Absolutely.
So-
Just for a point of reference too, is that we're looking to carry about 15% in the budget season going forward for escalation.
Okay, well, I would certainly hope that that is not going to happen, because I still maintain that there are efficiencies that can be made within the transportation that this district is currently providing to our students. To be honest, I have not gotten the data that we need for this board to make any sort of informed decision as to whether or not we can move middle and high school bus routes together. In order to go out for an RFP where we might be looking at potentially a different number of buses for the middle and high school than the elementary, we need to have a much better grasp of where we can get efficiencies in our routing, and if it makes sense to do what we're suggesting. We also need to look not only at the buses, we need to look at our routing of traffic into and out of the school, correct? Because I think that was one of the big issues that came up previously when the buses were, when both schools started at the same time. So I'm a little dismayed as why this could not be done in-house as opposed to going out for it. I'm not against going out for this. I feel we need to do something before we go out for an RFP. But these questions need to be addressed before we develop the RFP that goes out for bid to these other companies. Because right now we have a two-tier bus system where it doesn't matter if we use a bus for one run or two runs, we pay the same amount. We could feasibly be looking at less bus runs for the middle and high school and more bus runs for the elementary, and may not be paying the same amount for each bus, right, if we had a two-tiered system. So there's a lot to consider when we go out, and I think there are efficiencies, hopefully, that we can see.
Sure. I mean, I'm sorry you feel that way, that you just made, that it can't be done in-house, but I would like to use an analogy that if you're gonna take on a very large construction project, okay, sometimes you need to bring on an architect to design it. So we're looking for best practices from a third party to help us develop this. So just wanted to make that point.
So I understand that you want to go out. Have you put anything into, do we have a draft of this RFP before it goes out? I just wasn't sure when it goes out.
So when I was discussing RFP, it would be an RFP for the bus contract. I would structure a consultant's contract to be more of an RFQ, which would be a request for qualifications, because putting out just a request for proposals, we may be opening us up to a consultant from California who's going to use up all the fees and traveling out here. I'd like to structure it around somebody who's familiar with New England, specifically New Hampshire, and the problems that we deal with up here.
Are they going to be evaluating whether or not we could attain some savings both in cost and travel time by consolidating our middle and high school bus routes?
All options will be examined, and that will be one of the things I task the consultant with, is to look at the efficiencies we can make, whether it's middle school and high school or any other
Okay.
efficiencies. That's the whole point.
Okay,
is to bring someone in.
I understand that,
Okay.
but I don't see anything in writing, so this is why I'm asking for a verbal clarification. And they'll also be looking at the flow of traffic through this area.
Yes, I've been already in consultation with the Plastow Police about the traffic located on this campus. They would be the ones that I would default to with traffic.
Well, on the streets,
On the
but the
campus,
flow
yeah.
of traffic through the campus is,
I think the flow of traffic in the street is
It's a public
a
way.
bigger issue than what we can control what happens on our campus. I mean, and I have more
agree.
concern with what happens as soon as they leave our campus, to be
I
quite
agree,
honest.
but the way that people are flowing in and through the campus is an area that probably needs to be looked at too.
Sure. I think any one of us could probably look on Google Maps and draw arrows on a parking lot, but when it comes to releasing cars onto the street at that volume, that's when I default to the police.
Well, you say that anybody could go and look at Google Maps
Well,
and
any
draw
one of us
arrows, but
thinks we
I
can,
haven't seen
is
any
what I should have said,
changes
yes.
to the arrows, so that's my concern.
Well, the reason I asked Kim, because I know there's been a lot of conversations about this, and I don't know if you've been involved in, you might have been involved in a couple, but I think the key thing is, I believe you're coming from the board here, because we want an independent set of eyes looking at basically the efficiency of this, of the transportation, as we're going out to the next 5-year bid, which will be a $10 million type bid, so it's well worth the money to get an outsider to take a look at this. And if you,
And I agree.
so if you, do you have a number in mind?
I'm thinking anywhere in the $7,500 range, and not to exceed price, $7,500. So,
Mrs. Green?
If I'm gonna vote for this, I need to have some assurances. I wanna be assured that the board is gonna approve the RFP before it goes out to consultants, because I wanna make sure that it's asking for exactly what we want it to ask for: efficiency of service, flow of traffic in all schools, so on and so forth. I wanna make sure the board sees all the bids that come in. I wanna be assured that the board is actually gonna vote to hire the consultant. And I want to be assured that the board is going to see a final written report. And unless I have those assurances, I can't support this proposal.
excuse me, Mr. Chair. I did state at the beginning of the presentation that I wanted to take an aggressive approach to getting out early in the RFP process for the possible $10 million plus contract. And if we spend weeks looking for approvals for the RFP and then the RFQ rather, for the consultant, and then evaluating the consultant and then awarding the contract, I mean, I could be here this time next year.
Did you, somebody question over here?
I was gonna make a motion
Oh.
to approve the 7,500.
Okay,
And I'm gonna second that.
motion been made and seconded.
And,
And
no comments.
So am I getting any assurances?
I guess, me personally, I think I believe this whole transportation thing was driven initially by conversations upstairs.
Well,
And I believe this was done at our request to have him come back and do this.
no, I think it was a mutual
Well-
sort of agreement, right, Mr.
Okay.
Gary? That we just kind of discussed that we needed to do something to move this forward because of the time constraints here with us having to go out for bid for this contract, and that we just weren't making the sort of progress that we needed. So it was something that through conversations, that it was, I'll say, that I thought it was something that needed to come to the board that we need to do. I will agree with you that I think I would like to see something in writing, and I would certainly assume that you're gonna get that
It'll
from
be
the
advertised,
consultant after, the consultant's recommendations.
Yes.
And that you will present it to the board. You don't have to read, that the board will get that, and then we can have further discussion as warranted. Maybe there won't be a discussion, I don't know. But, Donna, I'm certainly in agreement with getting something written. I don't think that we, especially where this board only meets every 2 weeks, I don't think we don't have the timeline to do this. I would think that, as Mr. Gary said, that you've got to have somebody who's familiar with this area, and I think you're going to have probably a very limited group of people to come in for this sort of, what is it called, an RFQ or
Yeah, request for qualifications.
a request for qualifications. So I can see where you're coming from, and I certainly do want something written for the board to make the final decision on, but.
So, let me so you want to approve up to $7,500 for an RFQ and then come back before it goes out?
I don't think so.
What do you want?
Motion.
That's what I
That's
want.
what she wants.
Okay,
This is gonna tie us up.
yeah, and what were you?
Steps here.
No, I understand Kelly's motion, you have a second, so,
Okay,
I
and
guess-
I was gonna point out, I mean, again, unfortunately, the whole board wasn't there, but we had a discussion right around this in the policy meeting early on tonight about, small contracts having to come back for approval before even the RFQ goes out, and then, looking at the proposals that come back before they choose the vendor. I just don't see the point in doing it, and I don't think 3 of the 4 board members who were there tonight kind of agreed on that.
Right.
So, could I say, based on my experience on this board, one consultant was the wife of the
Wait.
budget committee chairman, another
Let's
consultant was.
not have,
nepotism and
Donna?
favoritism are rampant
I
in this
object.
Listen,
district.
Donna,
And
don't-
I
we're
want
not
the
go-
board
that's it.
to, I want the board to ensure that we are getting a legitimate
You know what?
arm's length consultant.
Okay. This, we're not going down past boards, whether it's a year ago, 2 or 3 years ago. We're looking at a task here, up to $7,500, that I'd say at least half this task was driven by the chair and vice chair to bring back to the board. Because we were not happy with the initial review and said, okay, we want an outside set of eyes, which superintendent went, yes, yeah, good idea, let's get an outside set of eyes. When you start talking a multi-year contract for this kind of money. That's how this, that's the long and short of how we got there, so,
I think that helps assure that it's fair and you have an
Yeah.
outside set of eyes look at it and help you design it and consult with it and answer the questions you have.
so, and to Mr. Bealo's point, I would agree that, in future meetings, we'll have discussions about dollar values and what the board should be looking at, but when you're talking an amount under $10,000, after this board approves that action, it's my expectation that it should be professionally handled and done. We will, obviously, we'll be signing that contract before it even, happens. We'll know who's involved in it, so I don't really want to be involved in the bidders and this kind of stuff, so.
In
I'm
point
not-
of fact, we won't be signing the contract.
How do we not sign contracts?
We usually don't.
Well, I do.
We sign some contracts, but we don't sign all contracts. Mrs. Belcher, who would sign that contract, or Mr. Gary, who is gonna sign the contract with the consultant? Does anybody know?
My intent would be to treat this like a service, much like we would anything else, and be able to issue a purchase order.
Okay.
Okay,
My intent is, like I said, is to keep an aggressive schedule, and much like I brought to you the playground schedule, when you approved it less than a month ago, and we'll have something at the end of this month, we want to move, we're not going to sit on our hands, we want to move this stuff quickly, so.
Yeah, in the playground, which, yeah, you're right.
If
So
we
that
want to
contract
if we want to
was
get our
5 to 10
RFP
times size.
for the $10 million contract out at a reasonable time, early, and I'm thinking December, January, to get that published. To be quite honest, I have to move quickly.
No, I agree, and we discussed this, so. I'd like to call the question.
Question called. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed? Did you get the vote there?
I did, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is attorney out in the building?
We had a awards thing to go to.
Okay, so we can, he's coming here to talk, he's planning on
That was
coming?
my understanding,
Okay,
or that the superintendent was going to speak on his behalf.
okay. Excuse me, Tom? Could you see if Jeff is upstairs, please? Thank you.
Did we skip the report card update?
Report card update, we're going to be dealing with the show, I'm waiting for Chrissy Michaud, she's going to be arriving here shortly.
Okay, thank
She's at a family function type of night, but she'll be here shortly. So
Could we do the minutes then?
that's a great idea.
Can we maybe go to policies, because I'd like Christie to be here for the Sandown School, too.
Yeah, good idea.
We're doing
And we
minutes.
have quite a few minutes here, actually.
Sure, we'll do the minutes.
October 5th and 19th. Let's see, let's go for October 5th.
I wasn't at October 5th meeting, so I can't make a motion.
Christie, would you hand those around? We'll be collecting those. Those are the sealed minutes.
You weren't here the 5th?
Yeah, and it's here, it's
was absent.
written that I'm here, so
Right.
that's
Oh.
an error.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion, we accept the minutes of October 5th.
Second?
With the exception
I can fix that now.
of striking Donna as being here.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Correction noted.
Thank you. Let me pull those up.
Yes, I think we'll have to, any other discussion, yeah, we definitely
And
want
also seconded, I'm sorry, by,
I think I
thank
did.
you.
These are non-public.
They're sealed, yes.
Are there any comments on the October 5th minutes?
Got a lot done that meeting.
Couple pages there. huh? Good meeting, because it was adjourned at 10:09. That's good. Hearing no comments. All those in favor? Opposed?
I'm abstaining
And
because
one
this is
abstention.
October 5th.
Two abstentions.
Just October 5th.
Two abstentions, okay.
Thank you.
The public minutes of
October
October
19th.
19th.
Motion to accept?
Second?
Six-pager.
Actually, it's an 8-pager if you count the 2 non-public
Oh,
sessions.
man. Killing trees for these minutes. People want more time, or? Good. Motion been made second. All those in favor of approving the October 19th public minutes? Unanimous? Okay, so now we have
Non-public session 1.
I'll make a motion to approve the non-public meeting session 1 minutes.
Second.
So, I'll remind people, obviously, any comments to that would have to be in a non-public, so.
That would be session 2 would be.
No, these
Yeah.
ones.
Oh, these are,
These
Yeah.
oh, okay.
This one's.
Yeah.
So just one.
Oh, okay, I got
No,
you.
you're reading it.
I'm re- Okay,
That's the second one.
thank you. Comments? It's pretty straightforward. All's in favor?
Of what?
Approving the number?
Of session 1?
Yeah.
Yes.
One.
Unanimous. Session 2.
Motion to accept non-pub session 2 of October 19 minutes.
Second.
Thank you.
Any more time? Obviously, any comments would have to be in a non-public, so. You ready? All those in favor? Accept minutes. Say aye. Opposed?
6. Yes.
These go back to Kathy?
Yep, I'll take it.
You want to go and get that from him? Thank you. Brian's going to call and get yours from him.
Yes, they do, sorry.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Go.
Brian.
What a guy. What a guy.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Brian.
We do the SAU building lease there. I've asked me, was the terms, because the last motion, remember, it was, the way we changed it was not valid legally.
As I recall, yes, that was the
Yeah.
comment of council there. So I was kind of hoping that what we have here is the SAU building lease. Which I believe, this just must be the same language as before.
I think the only thing that got changed on this was, it was run by,
It was,
You're
and
aware of
so
this, right?
this is the language that was recommended by council, that the original proposal was not a legal and binding document. It was, if I'm not mistaken, they had indicated that there was no out for the rentor, only the rent owner,
only the
right.
owner.
And so it was not, yeah, and so
So
this is the
did,
recommended language, which is basically the language that was original.
I was just gonna say, this is the previous lease agreement
And it did go
with
through
new
council.
dates,
Mhm.
revised dates.
Yeah.
And the rent is the same.
Yes, I believe so.
Um, Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I have a comment. The termination, who was the legal counsel who was advising us? The counsel for the Timberlane Regional District or the counsel for the SAU?
You have to ask Dr. Metzler. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay.
There's no one here to present on that, so I would ask that if it, yes.
I
With
thought
all
that's
due
the same.
respect, I don't feel comfortable answering questions on behalf
Well,
of the superintendent without his
This is,
authority.
okay, excuse me, yeah,
That's all.
thank you.
Okay.
This is an example where the interests of the SAU might diverge from the interests of the Timberlane Regional School
We
District.
can table it for now. I didn't think it was gonna, I mean, it's a valid question, so we'll just have to wait till we have somebody here that can answer the question.
But I have two other things that I would like to say, because this, right now it says this lease can be terminated only with 1 year's written notice of intent to claim total premises by the owner. Why would we limit ourselves to that? Why can't we just say the lease can be terminated with 1 year's written notice by the owner? Why do we have to limit ourselves to the intent to claim total premises? That's an unreasonable restriction on us. We should,
We
you
are
know,
the owner.
right?
We're the owner.
Timberlane's.
Yeah, we're the owner.
What's
That's right.
what's the problem?
With 1 year's written notice of intent to claim total premises by the owner. What if we want to rent out the other half of the premises?
I don't think that's what they mean by that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, that isn't
We
what
want the
it,
building back.
But that's what it means to claim total premises. In other words, take it back under control from the rent and not,
Sure.
Right.
well,
not
Then
you
we
use
would-
it for your own stuff. It's, you can do whatever you want with it. But if you
It's
claim
Timberlane's.
total premises means you take it back.
Right.
You take it back, and then if
Okay.
we did wanna re-rent it to somebody else, we could, but you'd have to have a new lease agreement.
Right.
Yeah, but we don't,
well, But you see what I mean? I understand what you're saying, but if I were Hampstead, I would say, well, wait a minute, you're gonna rent it to somebody else so that you're not claiming it for yourself.
Doesn't matter, that's our call,
That's-
it's our
yeah.
building.
Yeah, it's
All right,
We're the
all right.
owner.
This becomes
Okay.
null and void with them.
Okay, and then the other issue is the rent for the next 5 years is fixed. And the term of this lease is 5 years. So one of the things I thought we wanted to achieve in this is for a 1-year term.
I thought that was the only, we could already,
Well-
a lease and a year notice that you're gonna be
Right.
taking the building back.
So then we should have it be a 2-year term or with a
Well, you've got it,
1-year
though.
notice.
But you've got it though, Donna. So you have, you already have a termination agreement in there with a 1 year's written notice.
Right.
Right.
So
So
we
then,
can-
let's make it a 2-year term then.
2-year,
Why, no, but you've already got a one, no matter what happens, we control the, oh, great. Come on, Donna. I look at this thing, you already have a 1 year's notice.
No, I think what Don is saying is that we don't wanna fix the rent for 5 years. We wanna have the option of, after 2 years, for instance, increasing the rent.
right?
Or decreasing it, I suppose as the case may be. That's what your point is? Right now, we're renting at the same rate for 5 years.
Okay,
It's fixed, yeah.
and I think that's probably, if I had to guess, been done like that forever and a day, so I'm not really sure what the,
Well, why are we tying our hands? I mean, we're just tying our hands for no reason, for no benefit.
we're the landlord. We're looking to extend a lease, look to extend the lease, which is, I don't even know what the age of this little thing is, but what's the age of, do we have any, what's the age of this building?
Age of this building?
1987, I believe.
Okay, so, obviously periodically, there's a term of a lease. Are you suggesting then that, every 2 years to go from like, say, $13 a foot, maybe up to $13.25 a foot or something? Is that what?
Well, why do we want to restrict ourselves? And why do we want to
It's out of our
bind
pockets
ourselves to
anyway.
a 5-year contract?
It's just
Yeah, we're 75% of the bill anyway.
76%.
So we're
76.
we're 50%.
No,
No.
No.
No, no.
76% is Timberlake and 26%
It's Hampstead.
is
Yeah,
Hampstead.
but we're 50/50 on the contract of the total space.
Correct, but,
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
but the reality is we pay
Yeah, I know,
three
we're
three-fourths of
paying
the bill.
ourselves.
So,
But,
So we should pay ourselves more, make more profit.
well, but that 26% is coming from Hampstead. Anyway, I just don't think we should be binding ourselves for 5 years.
I'm
Well-
okay with it.
I don't think we're binding ourselves for 5 years because we always have the option with a year's advance notice to
Right.
get out of it.
correct,
Exactly.
Can we,
yeah.
Mr. Chairman, now that Mr. Dowd's here, can we ask him for some of his expertise on this, since there was something wrong with what we did when we voted, correct?
There's nothing wrong with the way you voted.
No, I don't mean the way, yeah, the way we voted, but, the lease, the way we set it up, something legally wasn't quite correct?
So, and again, I'm not the board's attorney, I'm not the district's attorney. However, what did come to my attention was that the way that the provision was written is that it was a one-way opt-out with an evergreen provision. And the one-way opt-out was for Timberlane, which essentially would have bound SAU in perpetuity until Timberlane decided to non-renew.
Okay,
So if that were mutual, there were a mutual termination or mutual notice provision, that probably would have alleviated that concern, where both sides would have an out. And both sides essentially do have an out on year's notice, and typically nothing happens within a year anyway. I've heard some concern about the pricing of the lease and that sort of thing, and the market right now hasn't fluctuated too much relative to where we were 5 years ago compared to where we are now in terms of what we're paying. Perhaps we're paying a little bit more then, I'm not sure, but looking at comparable space around, which I believe was provided to the committee, you're not seeing too much of a difference in pricing either.
He gave us
well,
all
again, the
that
more
information.
important thing is we pay the lion's share of the bill anyway. It's not like this is a separate building that we're not using. supermajority, percentage-wise, is paid by Timberlane. We are 70-somewhat% of the SAU, so we already paid the bulk of this. So it doesn't really do us any good to increase our own costs. It is,
Because we didn't discuss those points last time, because Jeff had given a pretty good description, and remember, he had other buildings and per square foot prices, so
Sure,
we had
makes sense.
something, so we hadn't discussed or argued over the $13 per square foot for X
Yep.
number of years. We were set with that. The one we had discussed was this evergreen clause, right?
Mhm.
And that's the one that legal said, not good.
okay. For the record, though, who is SAU counsel? Isn't it the same as Timberlane's?
It depends on what the matter is.
I see.
So who reviewed this?
I did not have an official review on it. I'm more than happy to have that done.
No, we
No,
don't,
no.
we don't need it. The question is, so you looked at the termination clause and changed it, and I'm not trying to accuse you of anything,
Yeah.
to make it so that it was legally correct. Because Donna, before you came and asked the question as to, was it an SAU or Timberlane? So we didn't go with an outside service. You looked at it and realized that this was not
Essentially, the SAU may have a problem in authority binding itself to an agreement in perpetuity.
correct. Okay. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Okay. There's been a motion made, seconded. All those in favor of?
I don't believe, was there a motion?
Got a motion.
I don't
Oh,
believe
I'm
so.
sorry.
No,
Then I'll make it.
I'll second.
to approve the lease
Yes.
Approve.
as written.
As written in the draft.
Okay. Motion been made and seconded.
Right.
Any other discussion? Hearing none. Call this matter to a vote. All those in favor of proposed lease? Aye. Opposed?
Very well. Will this be agended for the next SAU meeting?
Yes.
Yes, it'll be
Yes,
on
it's
the
on the
15th
agenda.
of November. Oh, what day was it?
15.
15.
15, 1-5.
18 in my mind.
So it's kind of, yes, I agree with Kim. I was kind of hoping Chris was going to be here about Sandowns. I guess we'll just have to proceed anyway, talk about. I guess we can go into policies. Give Chris,
Do policies.
give Chris more time to get here.
Yeah. Just move up reports.
Yeah, I'd like Chrissy to be here to talk about Sandown and report card, definitely.
I'd like to move that we put policy EBBB, accident, injury, incident reports, move it forward for second reading. Or approved for second reading.
Second.
Okay, I'd like to have discussion on this one, because I only moved it so we could have discussion.
Okay?
I believe that, as I said last time, that there has to be some provision in here for to be a report issued to parents.
When you say, excuse me, I'm sorry, one second. Are you referring to an accident report to the parents?
Well, right now, it doesn't say that anything in writing goes to the parents, and there's a lot of documentation. This policy is all about documentation of what happens when there's an accident, an injury, or an incident, and it doesn't mention the parents here at all.
It doesn't, but it refers to a procedure.
That's correct.
And I just know through experience that if there was an issue with I don't know. Well, Mrs. Sherman.
Mrs.
can
Sherman,
speak
you want to
this,
clarify
that-
this?
That the parent is
Shame we don't have
notified.
our health service people here to discuss it. But that's part of their procedure to notify parent of the injury to that student. It's part of procedure, not written in a policy, I guess.
The
Okay,
actual-
well, I'm sure they're, oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Just want to say that the actual accident report, incident report, could very well have names of other people which are entitled to confidentiality rights. And so that's why the schools will have a different format of process for notifying parents without divulging an accident report that might be used for other reasons.
We
So-
discussed that last time.
So that certainly would be in a procedure. We're not calling for an accident report to be issued. I'm just saying we need a report to parents, because I'm sure the procedure also says that the responsible party, the supervising adult, must fill out an accident report. I'm sure the procedure says that. I mean, we could just tear up our policies and have nothing but procedures, but clearly we don't want to do that. So what the purpose of policies is to set the board's expectation of what kind of things need to happen. And I think the board wants an expectation that the parents are in some part of this notified.
Okay, I'm looking at a policy here that was adopted in 1983. It's been reaffirmed now 3 times.
The only thing that was changed on this policy was the addition of the 2 legal references at the
Correct.
bottom. This
Yeah.
is not a
Codes.
change in the language of this policy.
That's correct.
This is a change in the legal references that are being,
Not
Rep-
any of the
reference.
language above, that's
Correct.
right.
I know, but since the last time and now, we have had a situation where a parent is wanting to be notified and there is somehow some kind of issue there. And I don't know what it is, and I don't want to take a position on it because I know nothing about it. But I want to say as a board member that I feel parents are entitled to some kind of written report when there isn't an accident, an injury, or an incident concerning themselves or their child.
It would be the student that's injured, right?
So this is, again,
You should
I'm
get
look-
this back to help to explain.
And also, this also covers staff and visitors. This isn't just a student thing, and
this to me is
So we
a
wouldn't be notifying
This is,
my mother if I was hurt, would we?
No, this
Might
is
be
a
difficult.
procedure to make sure, for instance, that
Things are
if there are
reported.
accidents that, and you have to report the number of accidents that are happening at the school district or injury, especially, to OSHA or somewhere like that, that's this sort of report. This is a report going to an external body as required by New Hampshire administrative rules, Department of Safety or, So it's a little bit different. I'm not disagreeing with you that there should be procedures in place for parents to get notified, but that's not, these reports are, this policy is speaking to the external reporting of accidents to anybody, a student, a staff, or a visitor.
so who would, Mrs. Belcher, who would be the,
one of the forms that's on file online that talks about this whole process, and one of the questions is, were the parents notified? So that there is a specific thing in there to make sure that there's a check mark that were the parents notified regarding if it was a student. And that's on EBBX, which is the actual form that is associated with this process. So
Read it to me again?
it says, were parents notified? So as part of the time that they were notified, the name of the witnesses, was the injured person taken home? There's a whole list of questions. And one of those is about the parents being notified, which you can make the argument that the parents are being notified as per the checklist on this form.
Called or emailed or texted, they're,
Yeah, it doesn't ask how, but just
I bet
were
you.
they and what time?
what is that policy?
This is the addendum to
Okay.
the policy. There were 2 addendums. One is the outright procedure and one is a form associated with the procedure.
And what about policies, where it refers to EBBC and JLCE? Do you know what those are? See, that's down the bottom.
Also see policy.
Yes, CC,
Yeah,
that's
so
what
that means that they're probably cross-referenced in another policy, another way of reporting out or associated with an accident.
well, that's what I'm asking. I'm just wondering
Oh,
if,
so you're
I'm
wondering-
wondering if that parental notification is in that. That's what I'm asking.
Oh, I lost my,
Policies?
oh, Oh, no, that would be, if you have one that's antiquated, it would not be in that one. Because we maintain one upstairs and then online.
Well, that may be helpful to the conversation, to see, obviously, that was referenced in there for a reason,
Yeah,
EBBC.
what was it again?
It's EBBC and JLCE.
That's J policies?
I don't see one of them.
Yeah, could we put this in abeyance for a moment and go to the next one? Because I think the next one is an easy one.
That'd be great.
Okay, so
So you're
can we
withdrawing
table,
your.
no, can we just table that for the time being?
Well, yeah, because I think it'd be nice to know what we're voting
So we
on.
got a motion on the floor in a second. We're
GLCB.
just gonna put
I'll
this on
withdraw
this-
my second.
I'll withdraw my motion,
Thank you.
yeah.
Okay, great.
So I'll make a motion to move policy EHB to second reading or for approval for second reading. It's data/records retention. And I have no problem with this policy.
Second.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
It was a motion to move EHB to a second reading, and I second.
Thank you.
No, this is, this EHB is something that's required, and we can't do anything about it for federal law. But I'm very nervous about the long-term costs of this. The board should be aware. I mean, I don't think we have an option of voting it, of saying no. But what it says, if I can paraphrase, if a student has an IEP, then the final IEP that student has, let's say it's a senior in high school, so senior year in high school, that IEP will be available until the student reaches 60 years of age. Okay?
Where does it say 60? It says
Right
25.
here, down here, especially until the student.
Yeah, it's in like the third paragraph.
Oh,
Okay? So I've been around the computers and computers and memory business for a long time, and I can't think of any technology to store data that's been around 60 years, or that can read 60-year-old data. So that means we're gonna have to periodically take masses of data and transfer them to newer technology, and it's gonna cost money, and this is affecting all school districts. Again, I don't think we can say no, but on the other hand, I just want to make people aware, this is really ugly. To go by the letter of this law is gonna take, periodic chunks of money through the technology departments.
well, I don't know as I'd agree with that entirely, because if you look at town records, the town records go back into the mid to late 1700s, and we still have the ability to, I understand their print, but I'm just looking at the time period over here, so
Right.
to say that we're,
Probably had fewer IEPs in 1759.
Well,
no, but there were a lot of records.
True, but
But I'm just saying that you can't make the assumption that there's some great cost associated with this when you don't really
Either
know
way.
yet.
okay.
What are you gonna do? So obviously, this was.
We're not gonna store them as paper, I know that. Mr. Henderson has some software plan you look at, so it's gonna be stored digitally.
Yeah,
Well,
And you've got 100 plus of these, I don't know how many hundreds, every year that you're gonna store basically in perpetuity. Okay,
So we'll have the old microfiche reader to read, however it is that we're gonna have to read this old data as we move to a new technology.
Oy.
There are probably still people out there that have the 5 1/4 readers on the floppy disk that you can,
I actually have an 8-inch floppy.
Well,
So I
either
don't
way,
have a reader
Anyway,
for it.
sorry.
either way,
So,
it doesn't,
it doesn't matter, we have to do it.
someone, I
We have
guess,
to
a lot
do it.
smarter than us came up with this one.
Who would they decide it's 60th,
No.
59,
Well,
good question.
50?
so this must have, wow, okay.
Again, not arguing against
No,
it.
it's-
So this has now been, motion made and seconded for second read, you know what I'm saying? Should be just adopted, I mean,
Yeah, basically.
period. There's nothing really to talk about. All those in favor? Unanimous.
Is Dan, was your hand up, or are you just abstaining?
No, I was listening.
Yeah,
Okay, so it's 8-0. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion that we advance to second reading or approve for second reading policy IGEA, parental objections to specific course material.
Second.
We spoke last time about the provision in this policy that requires parents to provide alternative course material if they're unhappy with the material that is in the curriculum. And I mentioned before that this is different from the next policy that we are going to approve, the health education and exemption from instruction policy, which requires the district to provide an alternative instructional material. I'd just like to see the two policies be the same, because it seems to me if a parent objects to something, it would be so much more efficient and so much more service-oriented for us to have an alternative curriculum, just as we do with health. So, otherwise, you know, I'm fine with the rest of the policy.
Hold on, I think there's a problem with these policies. This verbiage, the in blue, reads the same for IGEA and IHAM.
Right?
That's correct.
Correct.
But the first policy is course material in general, not just
Right.
health
Which-
education.
Right, because a law passed that said that the provisions about human sexuality and sex education needed to be provided in this, as well as that one.
In both
So
of
it's,
them.
yeah, so it's covered, so they covered it in both, yes.
So you're saying that this,
So that the parental objections one is not confused or to be excluded from health education. Health education is a standalone one.
So
Right.
this could be, the first one, IGEA, could be about some kind of book in an English
right,
class.
yeah, I know that, yeah. But
A
it's like,
a film
yeah,
Film, yeah.
yeah.
being shown. Right, so my point is that if a parent objects to perhaps a novel or a film, this policy requires the parent to come up with alternative course material, whereas if a parent objects to something in health education, the district has made a promise to come up with an alternative suggestion. So I think it should be, you know, both should be on the district to provide an alternative, at least one. And if the parent objects to the alternative, then it's on them, in my opinion. But I think we should be service-oriented enough to have an alternative, because you can anticipate in large measure what parents potentially are going to object to. So there's no reason why there shouldn't be a second thing waiting in the wings.
Kelly?
I understand what you're saying, and to a point, I agree with the part with health education is one curriculum that they can have an alternative to. It's one specific thing that they could write something separate, because it's something that can be seen as objectionable. But specific course material could span any class we offer, and I think for the district to come up with extracurricular for every single possible thing that a parent could object to would be a tremendous amount of work. It'd be like having two complete, full-on curriculums. I think if the parent objects to a specific thing in the classroom, it would be for a specific reason, and that I think it would be on that parent. I know I would expect to have to come up with why I didn't want my child exposed to X, Y, or Z, so I would have to come up with something, and I would be okay with that. I wouldn't want the school to say, well, you know, we have this book we're reading, but if you don't like this book, you can read this book. And then next week, we're reading this book, and if you don't like that one, we're reading this book.
Well, why not?
That'd be continuing, because that's a tremendous amount of work.
Well, the parents are not equipped to do that.
But they're the ones
parents are not-
objecting.
The parents are only equipped to object. They're not equipped to come up with
They have a
curriculum.
reason for objecting,
Yes, parents
so
have.
then it should be on them.
They're not equipped to do that, and that's an unfair burden to place on the parents, and it will discourage objections, which, you know, are in some cases well-founded.
Actually, the way I look at it is, if the parent has a right to object to course, to something, then they have the responsibility to provide an alternative. Rights and responsibilities go hand in hand.
That's right.
Mrs. Dewey?
So and just kind of to piggyback on what Peter's saying, if you look at number 5 on the second page, it indicates that in the event there is no agreement on the said materials that are provided, the district shall expect the child to continue to participate in the school's regular curriculum. I don't think I'm not particularly comfortable with that verbiage, because I think that a parent has the ability and the right to opt any child out that they feel uncomfortable with.
I didn't take it as that.
You
I
didn't?
didn't interpret it that way, Stephanie, but that's an interesting interpretation.
I don't see that, but.
Kim?
How would you read that?
I read it that,
I'm curious.
I wouldn't, let's see if I can come up with an example. If I were teaching reading and we were gonna read a book about medieval, medical practices, and I was a little concerned about some of the graphicness of it, and I sent a notice home and said, we're gonna be doing this, you're welcome to come see the book, read over a synopsis, all that kind of stuff, and we still couldn't agree that your child was okay to read it. I wouldn't say, well, you can't be in my class forever. That's how is that how you're reading that? No.
No, because the sentence
Not gonna-
before it, no, I'm not reading it that way.
I'm not gonna check you out of the curriculum and say, okay, now you can't take science anymore. Of course I have to let you take science. I would just excuse you from that section of the unit, or if we couldn't come to an agreement. I've
Well, I
never
don't think
seen
so.
that happen, that we couldn't come to an agreement.
I'd like to see some verbiage in there about parents having the ability to opt their children out, as there is in.
Opt out of the curriculum totally?
No, out of an objectionable,
You can.
but there's nothing that indicates that in this policy.
Can I bring an example in here? Let's say I'm teaching biology and I'm teaching the theory of evolution, which is a theory, okay, an accepted scientific theory. And you have a parent that doesn't believe that should be the theory that is taught, that you want to teach creation. And there's no agreement. What would the teacher at that point have to do? You're not gonna come to some agreement. You can't change the curriculum because it's dictated by state standards. So that district there would have to be some expectation that the child continue to participate, or, again, the onus is on the parents as to how they want to do it. I mean, they do have options now, because you can take it online or something else, so the parents have other options now, it's not.
Yeah, while we're that's a good one, I wasn't gonna use evolution, but,
Well-
while we're discussing the theory, the scientific theory, if you can't agree, I'm not gonna give you a 0, I'm just opting you out for that period of time, it won't be held against you,
Well,
just,
But it doesn't say that, though. I understand what Stephanie, it doesn't say that.
I don't see.
I don't think you can just opt out of what is a significant portion of a subject
Right.
by saying, that's okay, you don't agree with, I don't know, the chain rule in calculus? I'm gonna let you opt out of that part.
What's the solution?
Wait a minute. I was gonna say,
Facts?
Kim, I hope you're not
Facts?
looking at me what the general calculus is. will you?
It just comes to mind because my daughter was just
Well, that's
doing
good, I
it,
was gonna
so.
say.
I just didn't interpret it that way.
There's another level to this, in terms of when parents are, find the curriculum objectionable, they homeschool.
Yeah.
They don't share any of what they do with them in home, nor do they have to by law. So this is very similar to that. If you don't like the curriculum, homeschool them, do whatever you want. It's not the school's district's responsibility at that point. So this is similar. So having them pick and choose bits and pieces is a dangerous
It
game,
is.
because they'll opt out of things out of convenience, not because they're objectionable. And it'll be very, it's, the amount of work that puts on the classroom teacher is,
It would be extraordinary.
I mean, you can talk to, you got the TTA president here, it's just not, doesn't make any sense to me. Thank you.
Okay. Other comments? So are we looking at these together? That's how we, because of
Well, we
the,
had a motion on the
No,
first
it's
one.
just for the first one.
yep.
to approve this for a second read.
This is IGEA.
IGEA.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, motion been made and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstention.
Right, if I could, just a final piece on that, just to put people's minds at ease. In the event that, parents felt very strongly and you saw that I'm supposed to step in and help them, we'll work something out if it, after we meet in terms of, but the policy's solid as is. And I appreciate your but for parents, if they hit that roadblock and that number 5 where we're supposed to help mediate, we'll mediate. We'll get to a reasonable place. If that makes sense, right? I think we take some of these policies, sometimes we just go to extremes.
Well, true.
And I know the policy needs to cover all bases, but, I mean, there's a reasonable person factor in here somewhere, so we'll bring the people to the table, be reasonable. All of our principles are reasonable. We'll work these things out. So families out there, I don't want you to get the idea like, hey, too bad, this is the way it is, if you don't like it, tough. We'll work that out. But I appreciate the policy, it's helpful for a place to start.
I've always found the school very, very good about sending students home with anything that could even be remotely considered objectionable to a student, whether it's a movie that's too violent or a book that is too graphic. So, and there's always been options, so I agree. I think they do try to work with parents, so I also don't want to leave that impression that
Yeah,
that's
they're
not
sensitive.
what's happening.
They're sensitive to what other people may be sensitive to. And so, it's a work in progress. It's never absolute, but we'll keep at it. But thank you for the confidence.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to approve for second reading policy IHAM, health education and exemption from instruction.
Second.
I have no issue with this one.
Anyone else have any concerns?
I think, I know that the schools have tried to do this, try to be really proactive about this at the beginning of the year, for the year, because it lasts for the year. So, they try to get as much out there, and there's a lot available online, so if parents have questions, I please just encourage them to call their building principal. And, but, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of moving IHAM along? Okay. Unanimous. Thanks.
Okay. Make a motion to move policy BDE to a second reading, board superintendent leadership team standing committees.
A second.
Okay, so, thank you. I moved this so that we could discuss it because I think this is not a good policy. I think the changes that have been made to this policy exacerbate the problems with this policy. First of all, this policy says that whatever the board's standing committees determine, all recommendations of the committees will be presented to the superintendent's leadership team before presentation to the full board for action. I don't think for instance, our policy committee decisions should be going to the superintendent's leadership team before presentation to the full board, for instance. I think that's putting an unreasonable restriction on the board's ability to design their own policies. Excuse me. I also feel that the board's standing committees should be the board's only and should not include voting from the superintendent's leadership team, that all the board standing committees should have only elected officials voting, and therefore only elected officials determining the outcomes of all the board standing committees. Furthermore, I think we need to retain the Personnel Committee and the Strategic Planning Committee as standing committees, but certainly the Personnel Committee, because I would like to see in the long term the Personnel Committee become revived and more proactive in district affairs, but that's a discussion for another day. So I think there are profound issues with this policy, and I would encourage the board to send it back to Policy Committee for reworking.
Mr. Chair?
Peter, yes.
I guess, the only part of that soliloquy I would agree with is, the double asterisk that was struck through on the very bottom. I also agree that policies that are voted on by the committee should come right to, right here. And actually, that's a practice we've been following. Okay, I believe we struck that because we removed personnel and community relations as standing committees. So we maybe took an overly broad brush and removing everything. But I would add an asterisk back in place of the double asterisks in the last paragraph, and then say the policy committee is not required to present recommendations to the superintendent's leadership team under that asterisk. I'd like to make that amendment.
I'll second the amendment.
You want to read that again?
Okay, so,
Basically,
the very-
unstrike policy from this one here.
okay, so, yeah, the very bottom, make the two asterisks one, unstrike it, and then say the policy committee is not required to present
Oh.
recommendations to the superintendent's leadership team. Because, and we haven't been doing that anyhow.
No, the work of the superintendent's leadership team, the work on the policies is, they review the policies, work on the procedures that actually follow the policies. We typically work on it as a group before it goes to the policy committee. I don't necessarily think that means that we're putting a presentation for the board together. So that's really the superintendent's leadership team work on policies is no different than,
Right.
it's just our
And-
contribution as a,
And actually, frankly, when we had a community relations committee, the output of that never went to the leadership team either, it came right to this board. But that's a dormant committee, so,
but the people that have served on other plans, like for instance, the capital improvement plan, when we're looking for things that are broadcast quality and presentations that are sharp, and the SLT typically, helps with the presentation. It doesn't influence the content of those, but they help with the presentation, give some suggestions, those sorts of
Like a
things.
dress
So,
rehearsal.
yeah. So it's helped a great deal with the presentations to the board when we're working together on those sorts of things. I understand the policy piece, because that's really a school board function. It's really not a superintendent's leadership team function, although we participate and contribute. It's not our function, really. But I would say the same thing is true about curriculum and assessment. That's our world that the school board's involved in. You approve the curriculum, but the curriculum and assessment is really, so it's that, I think the discussion we had in the policy committee that night was more about a governance team and working together, neither a group working in isolation, so.
Someone
Okay.
second that.
Sue did.
Thank you.
So could we take a vote on the amendment?
Sure. Those in favor of Peter's amendment, signifying aye. Unanimous.
So now we've added that back into
Yeah.
the body of the policy.
Okay,
I'd like to call the motion.
I was just speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I would like to say that the standing committees will consist of at least 2 school board members and as many other district and SAU employees as the committee chair may deem necessary. Only members of the committee may vote on committee matters, and at least 2 members of the committee from the school board must be present to hold a meeting. Though their input is welcomed and desired, at no time will any employees or consultants of the district or SAU have voting rights on any school board standing committee. Voting rights on standing committees are strictly limited to elected school board officials.
Is that something you wanted to add to this?
That's what I would like to add to that policy,
So then,
I'm hearing an amendment.
and
So,
that's my amendment.
so you want to create this into a two-person,
That's right, committee.
is that what you're saying?
I'm saying standing committees will consist of at least 2 school board members and
Right.
as voting members.
So you really only have 2 voting members on the committee.
No, we have 3 school board members on every standing committee at least, sometimes more.
no, they're not always all there, though.
I know, and I'm saying that the standing committees can work with 2 school board members present to vote. And
Should
as
put you
many
at 2
SLT
people.
members as they care to have. But we had a problem this summer with SLT members not able to make meetings, and that held up the work of the board very considerably. And I don't think it's a good idea for SLT members or any non-elected officials to have majority votes on any school board standing committees.
Actually, point of fact, when the spreadsheet was put out for availability of both SLT and board members, I believe I was the only board member who have actually filled it out. So, you know, as far as I could tell, other board members weren't available either because they were not on that spreadsheet. So,
Okay,
Mrs. Green?
that happened,
And I was.
but I can
was
tell you,
the only-
another thing happened. There was at least one meeting that didn't occur because there was no one available, because I was involved in that.
One.
There was one, yeah. There was gonna be 2 summer meetings and one didn't occur because there was no staff available. I don't think I like the idea of just having 2 school board members voting, because then the other thing, now if you have 2 school board members voting, that's the entire vote. Now if you don't vote in the same direction, now it's a 1-to-1, nothing happens.
There were, well, we could make a quorum of 3 school board members if that's what you would prefer.
Right.
We could just say it has to be a quorum of 3 school board members to conduct a standing committee meeting. That's okay.
It's gonna be hard to get people there.
Which means that you'd have to have, each school board member would have to serve on 2 committees, and they would have to be at all those committee meetings in order for that to happen. And, right, I just don't see that happening.
Ask a question.
Sure.
Any votes that are taken in a standing committee? Those votes are just a vote to push something forward to the board.
Correct.
It's not a,
Other
it's
than
not a
set
binding,
minutes.
well, but it's
Nothing
it's not a
binding on the
binding,
board.
it's not a binding vote that supersedes this board voting on what they voted to bring forward, correct?
As far as I know, yeah.
Okay. That's, I wanted to get that out there.
Yeah.
Because not every standing committee actually has votes that they vote. Only a few of them vote as a committee to bring stuff forward, but not every committee votes on stuff.
So what happens when the policy committee votes against a policy change and that just stays there, doesn't go anywhere after that?
Why?
So if the school board proposes a policy change and it gets voted down at the policy committee, it doesn't advance beyond that.
You keep working on it.
Wait a minute, why is that? Why it does advance me on that?
Well, I mean, just from practical terms, right? Isn't that the way it works?
I don't think so, because the chair of the policy committee could bring that policy
To the board.
saying that it did not pass, so
Isn't
that
that
could
what's
be brought
happening
to the
right now?
board.
Yeah, this was passed unanimously, and now you're discussing it in a different kind of way.
Yeah,
It
so,
was passed
That-
unanimously
well,
with
that's
all the board
correct.
members voting.
That's exactly
and-
what we're doing right now.
Okay, well, that was my.
Well, no, it's not the same thing, because this was passed, but hypothetically, if this weren't passed and it could still be brought forward by the chair of the committee.
So now the chair committee is bringing us an amendment to go back to her original, what she originally wanted, because she's read her original policy. That's your intent, Donna, right? What you read? That's what you wanted. They didn't vote for that, so you're bringing it back to us again, and we're discussing it a second time.
I
Publicly.
believe that my version wasn't even presented to the policy
It was,
Oh, it was presented.
I
It
had
was.
it, I
Okay.
had
You
it
presented it
there with me.
here was a concern as a chair, my concern was to make sure that anything that happens in any one of these committees, that it is allowed to move forward, whether it's a 5-to-1. So an example that the policy committee chair, whoever he or she may be, they come up with the policy. If it doesn't pass that committee, that person is a member of the school board, still brings this in front of the full board. So to Mr. Ward's point there, that basically the full board's already gonna see it. So whether it gets a 3-to-1 vote, or no matter what the mathematical vote is, it still comes out of that room onto this board. So I'm personally not as concerned that being outvoted, if you will, in terms of the board I sit on not seeing a document.
What version of the document does the board see?
Doesn't matter, because the whole board gets to discuss it. Unless there's a change in an election. So if that person is sitting on that board is clearly just, and this is a perfect example, it's happening. That board, that you or whoever can get to give their viewpoint, and it's clearly gonna be heard. It's being heard, so,
Okay, well, that's reassuring. So I have an amendment.
yep.
I'd like to reread it, if you don't mind moving forward. So my amendment says standing committees will consist of at least 2 school board members and as many other district and SAU employees as the committee chair may deem necessary. Only members of the committee may vote on committee matters, and at least 2 members of the committee from the school board must be present to hold a meeting. Though their input is welcome and desired, at no time will any employees or consultants of the district or SAU have voting rights on any school board standing committee. Voting rights on standing committees are strictly limited to elected school board officials.
Peter?
I hate to,
Is that the
I don't,
amendment?
No, we don't have a second time
We need
that's
an
been read with no
We need
second.
a second, right?
I'll second for discussion.
okay. What that amendment, well, first off, I'm gonna vote against it. I'm in favor of what's written right here with the amendment we passed a little earlier. But with this proposed amendment, that violates, I mean, it talks about the chair of the committee. And I think, and the text in here now, that we're not being asked to strike says there are co-chairs of the committee. So there is no one chair of this committee or a committee that
That's
can,
next.
that can deem who's a voting member and who isn't.
That's what was
Yeah.
That's
So-
the next amendment.
Just destroy this thing.
Well, bottom line is, yeah, go, Dan.
Well, if that was to pass, and you have another amendment, whatever, so as the facilities chair, I could say, I don't want any employees at my meeting. That's what you're
Could.
saying,
You
right?
could, it would be foolish.
Well, I'm just saying,
It would be a foolish thing to do, but you
but
could.
the way it's presented, I could say, I don't want any employees, anybody there. I'm just gonna do it
Voting
with
power.
2 school board members.
You and me, and we can vote on
We
stuff.
can have the
Well,
facilities
actually,
thing.
I'm on
Essentially.
that committee too.
Right, but if you
So
didn't
we have
show up-
3. Right. You
Right.
could vote yay and you could vote nay and never move anything.
And never move anything
Just
forward.
Not
talking
getting the
about
information.
voting powers, not intellectual.
Well, it says that you can deem as many people there as possible, so if I want 0 there, it's only 3 board members together.
So, and then would that be a prudent way of conducting your committee? It wouldn't. So you wouldn't do
Or
that.
than having just 2 people be on the committee, that's prudent.
Well, I think we've beaten this topic up pretty good. So to
It's
me,
Stephanie.
I'm sorry, Stephanie?
Is there, I think it might make sense just to send it back to policy, I don't know. Because you have other changes that you'd like to make on this?
I
I've
don't
already
think,
seen them.
you know,
Well,
the policy committee, and may I, Mr. Boyle?
please.
Thank you. What you mentioned earlier about, you know, at the end of the day, the board members have their say. I agree with. Everything coming out of policy, you know, we can re-examine it in minutia. But the one thing that the policy committee offers this board is that we as a group have examined something and voted it affirmatively. So it's kind of like our warrant articles, you know, deliberative session, you know? The voters can vote however they want, but they've seen that the policy, that the committee has taken a vote and has, as a group, has a stand. And this board can elect to go with the policy committee or not, okay? Or go with a lone individual, or individuals if it's multiples. That's,
I agree.
you know, that works.
Their input is valuable.
So could I just mention that at the policy committee that just, meeting that just happened a few hours ago, we were looking at policy BBAB, which is roles and duties of the school board chairman. And so 2 out of 3 school board members voted in favor of this proposed changes to that policy. 1 school board member and all the SLT members voted against it. So, you know,
I mean, these things happen. It's not like the committees are unanimous.
That's great.
Or that the split doesn't happen between elected officials and SLT
And
members.
it comes from that room to this room, and it's over. There's no secret. You can't squash it there. Can't be done.
Well,
So-
but that version that was voted
It-
by the policy committee is not gonna go anywhere now.
That will come up again, just like we've just spent a half an hour talking about this. So there'll be, whoever shows up that night, 7 to 9 people discussing and debating that topic. So the process, no one can prevent what happens in that subcommittee from coming to this full committee.
Yeah, but the version you see,
It,
no
no matter what you see, but again, unless that person is no longer on the board or something,
It's on the chair of that committee
it
that
gets
runs
fully
it.
debated, so, in public and even, public and even on TV. So to me, I don't see what we're giving anything up here.
but in fact, it doesn't get fully debated because this policy has many, many, many changes that have only just begun to talk about.
Well,
We
and-
don't have the time to go in
Exactly
detail.
right.
So why
Yeah.
don't we put this back to the policy committee?
Because me personally, I'm not in favor of putting it back to policy committee.
No.
I'm not.
We've got a motion on the floor, right? For
We
this
do.
amendment? right?
Yes,
Yep.
yeah, regarding the voting powers,
So there's a motion on the floor,
yeah.
been seconded to move this forward with the exception, with the,
No,
with
no,
the,
motion to
with the
amend.
changes.
Donna's amendment.
We already passed
Donna's
my amendment, now she has her amendment to,
Okay.
her first amendment, sorry.
Okay, all those in favor of Donna's amendment? Opposed? Okay, now we're back to the
So-
original.
So what was that vote, please?
I believe
6-2.
it's 6 to
You
2.
and Stephanie and the rest of the board
6 to
voted
2.
the other way.
So now can we go back to the original policy as amended?
Okay, so all those in favor of moving policy as amended, which is BDE? All those-
Wait, no, I think we need a motion and a second on that now.
No, it's already.
No,
It's already up.
It's already on, it's on the
We're good.
floor, it's been amended
That's
twice.
right, that's right.
Amended
Okay,
motion.
got it.
So I asked to
amended once.
move the question,
Well, amended
please.
successfully once.
Yes, successfully.
Say something.
Please.
I was at that policy meeting and I'm not a member of the committee, but let me just give a little rationale for the removal of some committees. Standing committees are those that meet all the time, annually. I'm not and personnel does not. I'm not opposed to reconstituting a personnel committee should the board decide to, that has different powers. So it would make sense to bring that back as an issue later on. Community relations has not, as far as I know, been meeting, and strategic plan only meets when you're in strategic planning process. So probably after next September, it goes away for 2 years, 2.5 years, and then it reconvenes to start the next plan. So that's why that was done. There's a philosophical difference in how different boards treat their standing committees. I've seen standing committees, as you said, that just have board members on them and then ask other people on. I've seen standing committees where curriculum is chaired only by a staff person, and you may have one school board person on it, because they may not have the expertise. I've seen this sort of model where people are kind of working together, where you have people from both aspects. From what I'm hearing and understanding and seeing, the way that this group works, we are trying to work in a more collaborative approach with the SLT and the school board. That's not to say that, that we don't have the final governing authority. So I think it has to go to the philosophical bent of the board at the time, and you could see this policy has been changed 3 times in about the last 4 years. So next year it could be changed and kind of go that way. But I personally have not seen any problem with it working the way that it has, having kind of sat on policy. I'm on curriculum and assessment, I've been on CIP, and I'm on strategic plan. So I just don't have any issue with how it's working. So that's why I was comfortable with this in the policy committee. I'm done.
Yeah, and, can I
Please.
agree with Kim? Having served on quite a few of these, all these committees at one point or other, I agree with Kim. And each one has their own, the flavor of how the committee operates best, I think. I don't wanna take that away of our being able to work collaboratively together for what's best for the school district with what our task at hand is. the community relations was re-upped a few years back, and then they brought their stuff to us, and then it went back down. Maybe in strategic plan, you wanna re-up it again, you can do that, make it an ad hoc
Well, it'd be an ad
when
hoc.
you're ready.
We didn't wanna have this,
Doesn't need to be a standing committee that we're trying to have a meeting for over nothing, or, I don't mean.
well, that, or you're putting board members on a committee that's
Right.
really not meeting, so
Right.
that, you're trying to distribute the workload among the standing committees, so you don't want standing committees listed that aren't really standing committees.
I want to move this
I'd
along.
like to address the issue of working collaboratively. We can work collaboratively. It doesn't mean that we have to give the majority of the votes to the administration
We
on their
don't.
standing committees.
We don't.
Yes, we do.
No, we don't.
Every standing committee has the majority of votes controlled
And
by
they
the
have no
administration.
authority, they have to bring it to here. So let's say they have 100 administration room, they really can't do anything, they have to bring it to here.
So why vote at all at any of the standing committees? Why vote at all?
IP doesn't have.
Well, listen, you want their input, Donna, and as far as, I think we beat this up pretty good, and then for something that was on the agenda for 10 minutes, we've now spent an hour on policies, and we're only halfway through. So we're gonna see if we can move this
Good
along.
question. So,
All those, now, there was a vote,
Right, so
Right.
now it's the vote on the amended motion,
all those in favor of the amended motion, which is,
on the motion as amended, I should say.
the motion is amended, which is BDE with the new sentence at the bottom, correct?
Last
Correct.
line, making the policy
Okay.
committee responsible to present to the
All
school
right.
board only.
Okay, see in favor, aye? Okay, opposed? Great,
What was that vote, please?
7-1.
7-1. So, let's do one more, because I really want to,
I would suggest doing the bomb threat one next.
is there
We're doing
something?
one more.
It's gonna say you're expecting something coming in here?
I know it's one that we need to get updated in a
Okay,
break.
all right,
Not that I'm expecting one, but
okay.
it's one that the staff have been trying to make sure that we get done.
this one.
That was just
this
to,
one's
that's
still
just to
sitting
put
on
for a
the
second read, correct?
I'll make a motion
Yeah.
to, push EDCC to second read bomb threats.
Second?
You guys said second read, right?
I believe it's, move it to second
Move to
read.
second.
It's going to be except for second read and adoption.
Except for second read and adoption.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any discussion on this bomb threat? There was any concerns?
I do
Oh, no,
have,
so, I'm sorry, I stand corrected. So you've moved from the second read ones, and you've gone over to first read ones.
Oh, it's a first read.
Okay,
This is under here as first read.
Okay, it's a
You want to
first read.
recap? Because you've moved 3 to,
oh my goodness.
from the second read, they're now policies, they're now
Adoption?
Well,
IGEA, IHAM, and BDE are all been adopted.
yeah,
Those are your second reads.
Did we
Those
do
were
ED?
second reads.
Yeah, that's your second read.
did we do EHB
No,
also?
this one's still sitting on the table.
EBBB is sitting up top because that was the accident one that you started first and you
And then the
moved on.
EHB
Data
one,
retention you held.
EHB we did.
we
And
did it?
Yeah.
agenda preparation and dissemination, I don't know if you've talked about that because I came in
No.
the middle of this conversation.
No, we haven't. So there were four that were moved.
All right, so first read.
Okay, sorry about that, Dan.
so I do have a question about, did somebody move this? in
Yes,
second?
Dan, and
Yeah?
then Sue second.
Okay, so what happens if a young child makes like a bomb threat? Like a first grader? What happens?
I'd be worried.
Oh, I think if I may, sorry.
Please.
Yeah, so typically what happens, there are consequences and then there's, obviously counseling. So they work with therapy and consequences and obviously it's age appropriate. So if somebody was 5 or 6 years old, it would be treated much differently if they were 15 or 16 years old. So I think they do a really good job working with families, parents are called in and they, so. And they're situational. So you have policy that you stick within, but they're situational and they're reasonable with people. But, that's always the balance when, somebody needs help, they need therapy or counseling. There are also consequences for these kinds of things because they're very disruptive. And everybody learns a little bit differently, so I think, we trust our principals and counselors and those sort to handle these in a responsible, sensitive way, especially with somebody 5 or 6 years old, as opposed to, maybe a student that's been around a little longer that knows better. Could be consequences may be more stern. But, that being said, if they were 15 or 16, they would still get counseling and therapy, we'd still work on that. It's a delicate balance of doing both kind of simultaneously, you know? You say which one's most important, well, both are, really.
Okay. Why aren't we just adopting this then?
It's first read.
I understand.
You wanna move it right over?
I'm confused. Why aren't we just adopting this? Dawn, I'm sorry, Steph?
Dr. Metzler just indicated that this particular policy was age appropriate. It doesn't indicate anywhere on there that it's age appropriate.
No, no, I didn't say the policy was age appropriate. I said
So
we-
the
we-
response is age appropriate?
Yeah, I'd say
Consequences.
the consequences and response to it would be, I mean, it's hard to write that in a policy.
Right.
You know, because, you know, it's more procedural, but it's also, there's common sense at the site. You know, again, if they're 5 or 6 years old as opposed to somebody that's in high school or middle school, you know, you have to, it's situational. You need to know the family, you need to work the case. Our SRO's involved. You know, there may be adjustment counselors. It really is situational, depends on the student. But it doesn't say this in the policy, a bomb threat's a bomb threat, so it tells us how to respond to a bomb threat. We have to report them, there's ED 317s, you know, there's a mandatory reporting system, you know, how those get filed.
No matter who says it.
Regardless of the age.
So until it gets changed, you just keep functioning under the current one, which is revised in 2014.
That's correct.
So obviously, okay, well,
So this comes back 2 weeks, two
Yep.
weeks from now, and we vote again.
okay. Okay,
We have to waive our policy.
Are you comfortable with that, or?
I mean, I think that you know, you've got kids that, you know, 4, 5, 6, 7, who, you know, just because they've got active imaginations, they may talk about how they have a bomb or a gun. And I think, you know, yeah, it's concerning, but I think that you don't want to have, you know, the feds come down or hellfire rain on these kids if they're just being kids. So when I read this, it looks very, very heavy-handed. That's the concern that I have. As a parent, it looks very heavy-handed, and there's no indication whatsoever that there's any discrepancy or any calling out of, you know, age differences.
Well,
So,
we're mandatory reporters, so
Right, I understand
when
that.
somebody threatens to blow up a public building or says something like that, you know, there's a certain thing we have to follow, and then we have to apply some common sense. You know, I said zero tolerance doesn't mean zero common sense, so, you know, we have to work with the family. You know, and so that part of that is the reentry period, you know, making sure, you know, qualified professionals say somebody's safe to return to school, and that the students that they'll be with us will be safe, so. I understand your sensitivity to it, I get it. You know, that's why an elementary principal handles things much differently than a middle or high school principal. It's just the nature of the business, I guess. So it's kind of understood, but I've never really read it in a policy because, you know, a bomb threat's a bomb threat.
Yeah, they're serious. That's why it's heavy-handed.
You know, even if they were 5 or 6, we'd want them to not do it again, so I think in a.
but
yeah,
they don't understand
you have
they
to-
don't understand what they're saying.
I
They
know,
don't
it's a-
understand the gravity of what they're saying.
You
So.
think, so all 5-year-olds don't understand it?
Well, no, I don't think that all 5-year-olds understand that if you know, if you're talking about, you know, if you're talking about a bomb, that there are going to be serious consequences and, you know, there are going to be people that may be injured. I don't think kids can think that far in advance and think those steps through. So, no, I don't think that. I don't.
It's a teachable moment, and so how would you go about educating a 5-year-old about what they just did versus somebody that was a little older? I think, you know, I mean,
Yeah,
you know, you use their
Yeah,
language.
You just hope
and-
that common sense
Yeah.
plays out in those circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, I can assure you that, you know, obviously those discussions we have, I obviously hear about them, you know, we consult about how to manage the case. Families, the principals really know the families, and so we know whether it's a really advanced 5 or 6-year-old or somebody that's really naive and just didn't mean it. You know, if we have students with disabilities that may say something and have no idea, you know, and that's handled much differently, but I think, you know, just helping them learn, and so they don't do it again, and understand the reaction, you know, 'cause sometimes they get a reaction that they weren't expecting, and they're like, whoa, and so you try to say, well, that happened because, and, so, you know, our SRO has been great, you know, the local agencies have been great, some of the mental health providers have been great working with us, and, I understand the sensitivity, because it does sound, if I was a parent of a 5-year-old, it sounds a lot different to me than if my high school student did this. You just have to trust that we'll deal with it in an age-appropriate manner. And if it is something that, well, it's a serious offense, so the policy has to reflect that, I guess.
Okay, so I guess we'll,
Move it on for first read?
yes.
We have a vote.
We have a-
I don't think we voted.
No,
We
we
didn't
didn't.
vote
You
yet.
didn't vote. You have a motion on the floor in a second.
I don't think it even was even motioned. Wasn't even motioned?
It will-
Yeah, there was a motion, we need a
For
vote.
first read?
Just need a vote.
Okay, all in favor of first read?
Thank you.
Unanimous, thanks. Okay, thank
What are you doing with the rest of the second reads?
you. Okay, well, I'm gonna put that aside for now.
Motion, you want me to keep going with
Put
first
all
read?
these others.
No,
No.
no, I
Them all
don't.
aside.
Yes, it's, yes, we're way past our 10, 15 minutes, so.
So,
Roger that.
So these will sit where they are as a second read and a first read for
Right.
the next school board meeting and under policies.
Yep.
this one's sitting on
Correct.
the table.
Got it.
Correct.
Thank you.
So,
Accident
They
report.
withdrew.
No, it's withdrawn. It's gonna be back.
That one needs to come back too.
Yep, got it.
so if I could have Christy Michaud come on up and about elementary report card update.
Yes, thank you for being accommodating to my schedule this evening. My husband was recognized for 20 years with his company.
Good.
I was glad to be there, so thank you. All right, Dean, do you mind? Here we go. All right. So I'm glad to provide an update on the development of the new elementary report card and of our rollout thus far. As a little bit of background information for you, the Elementary Grading and Reporting Committee was established in 2015. We had representation from all of our schools, classroom teachers, administrators, special educators. And it was at that time that we realized that we were in need of some revisions to our elementary report card. We had a brand-new curriculum in all content areas that we were implementing, and we found that the current report card, the report card that we've been using up to this point, was not fully aligned with our new competency-based curriculum. And so we knew we needed to make some revisions. So as a committee, we spent a lot of time studying, obviously, the new curriculum, but we also spent some time exploring various reporting tools. We developed a purpose for reporting. We developed performance codes and descriptions, performance indicators that would help parents and teachers to provide some accurate information about how students were achieving based on a learning progression as they went through each of their elementary school years. Again, just a little bit of a sense of, as we were going through the various stages and phases of developing a new report card, which I'm going to give you a chance to take a peek at in the next couple of slides. We brought various stages of the report card before the TPAF group, the Parent Advisory Forum, also our Curriculum and Assessment Committee, SLT, and then certainly with our grade level professional learning communities, our teachers had lots of input and provided lots of feedback over the last couple of years as we were developing this new reporting tool for parents. Most recently, we developed a parent informational brochure that we gave out at our 6 parent informational sessions that we did at each of the elementary schools in the month of October. Those were great. We had families that came out for the evening events. We had a couple of morning events that we also had some parents and members of the community come to, so that was great. We were able to provide parents with some good information about the rollout of the new report card, but also give them a sense as to how it was developed and how to interpret the new report card when it comes their way in early December. That PowerPoint presentation is now posted on each of the elementary school websites, so if any parents might have missed one of those sessions, the slides are very informational and are available on the website for their access. Certainly working alongside the elementary grading and reporting teams, we have our curriculum teams that are always working very hard. Certainly our curriculum teams are doing a lot of work supporting the implementation of our curriculum in each of our content areas in the classroom, and they're also doing a lot of work to support the competency-based grading and reporting. As you can imagine, when we complete when teachers report out on a report card, there's a lot of behind-the-scenes type work, such as the development of learning progressions, of rubrics, various common assessments. All of those types of things are being done with our curriculum teams, and we're rolling those things out for our teachers to have the support they need to report accurately to parents. In the next slide here, I'm showing you just the top section of our new elementary report card. This is a web-based report card. Parents will be accessing the report card through the parent portal of PowerSchool. You can see here at the top of the report card, certainly we have got the student's information, first name, last name, teacher name, as well as absences, tardies, dismissals. All of that information is right there at the top. Our purpose for reporting, this is a K-12. We developed this K-12. When we talk about the purpose of reporting, it's about that ongoing communication with parents, and certainly was applicable for us to attach this to the new elementary report card. But then down the road, as we begin to report out competencies in addition to our traditional reporting at the middle and the high school, we felt that this purpose statement would be applicable all the way through and helpful for parents. The next thing you see here are performance codes, performance levels, and performance descriptions. So there, parents will have easy access to the language that will be used throughout the report card and the language that we're using to describe a student's achievement and performance on their way to competency. All of our competency statements within our curriculum documents are all end-of-year competencies. And one of the things that a couple of parents had asked for in our parent information sessions last month was a little bit more information about what do you mean by competent? What does that look like for a second grader, say, in the area of number sense, mathematics? And so one of the things that we've been working on and that we'll have available for parents, again, we'll have this posted on the school district and school websites, is sort of a reference tool. So if I'm a parent of a second grader, I'll be able to bring up this reference tool, be able to take a look at grade 2 mathematics number sense. What is competent? What are some of the things that our teachers are looking for? We've written those in I can statements, so I can and whatever the skill set might be. The competency-based curriculum, we're not only looking at just skills, what students know and are able to do, but now we're reporting out to parents the why. So for instance, on our current report card, you might have seen something that might have reported out that a student is able to read sight words. It's great that students are able to read high-frequency words, sight words, but what we're reporting out to parents now is what can students do with those words. They can use those words to read sentences, paragraphs, read text, and that's just that slight difference in the way in which we're reporting now at the elementary level. We're talking about transfer, students taking skills and applying them. The next piece that you see here on the top section of the report card is an area where we're going to be reporting out work-study practices. Those are formerly known as learning behaviors, things such as communication, creativity, collaboration, self-direction, certainly the skills, the success skills that students need to achieve at high levels in the classroom. So we'll be reporting out those particular skills as well. What's nice about an online web-based report card is that we have designed this with PowerSchool consultants to be interactive. A parent will be able to click on words such as communication, and a pop-up window will tell a parent more information about what are we looking for, what are we talking about when we say communication, creativity. So we'll be offering parents some examples. The same is true with our performance codes. Parents will be able to click on, say, that number 3, and again, a pop-up menu or pop-up window will share with parents the definition of competent or sufficient or emergent, which are some examples of our performance levels. This is the middle section of our new elementary report card. What you see here are each of the content areas: mathematics, English language arts, reading, English language arts, writing, science, and social studies. Below each of those subject areas are our competencies. As an example, number sense, solving, measurement, data, and geometry. Beside each of those competencies will be a performance indicator. You see there that I have just an example with the number 3, which is sufficient. The student has met basic competency. You also see an asterisk there. An asterisk is an indicator for parents whose children might who might have a modified curriculum. So we do have students who, for instance, might be a 3rd grade student, but working at, say, a 1st or 2nd grade level. An example of that might be a special education student, and the student's IEP team has come together and they have determined that a modified curriculum is appropriate for that student. What we'd like to be able to do on this new report card is share with parents how is the child progressing on the curriculum or the grade level competencies that the child is working on. And so that's the indicator there you see with an asterisk. Further along, actually before I move further along, you'll see that throughout the report card are a number of teacher comment boxes. On the previous slide, you saw a teacher comment box below the work study practices for a teacher to be able to report out there. Teacher will be able to report out, give more specific information about how a child is progressing in the content areas in the teacher comment box here below the subject areas. And on the final or bottom portion of the new report card, you see here we've got the Unified Arts. Unified Arts teachers, PE, music, art, they'll be offering parents an achievement grade as well as reporting out on work study practices. Oftentimes, students will show certain behaviors, learning behaviors, in, say, a class that they are really enjoy, such as an art class, and those learning behaviors might be slightly different in a mathematics class or in English language arts, if that's not necessarily an area that they truly enjoy. So our Unified Arts teachers wanted to be able to report out. The current report card was not something that they were able to do unless they had put it into comments. So we built that in for them to both report out on achievement and work study practices. And then finally, for our kindergarten through grade 3 students, we'll be reporting out on FLES, our Spanish in the elementary schools. And then just a quick snapshot here of what's next. We've got parent-teacher conferences coming up in another week. This is a time where our teachers will be discussing the competencies that children are working on in the various subject areas and how students are progressing. Parents should expect the web-based report card to be available to them early December. That's the end of our first trimester. Again, that report card will be accessed through the Power School Parent Portal. The parent portal was open in the spring of last year. We tried an online version of the previous report card. We made it available in June along with a paper copy. At that time, we had sent parents an access code. Some of our parents did access the online report card, and they'll use that same access code in December to get a hold of the new report card. For parents that may not have accessed the online report card in June, we'll be sending out those access codes through email again in another couple of weeks so that parents can be ready and get into that Power School parent portal easily before that new report card comes out. And then, I just want to make mention that we've been hard at work putting together some reference informational type things for parents. Those will be the brochure, the PowerPoint that we used this past month at all of our parent information sessions. That's going to be there. But then also, as I mentioned just a few minutes ago, the reference tool for parents by grade level and by content area. Again, if I'm a parent of a 2nd grader, I will go to that website, I'll click on grade 2, and then I'll be able to click on a subject area and learn a little bit more about what does it mean to be competent in a particular area. Again, parents had asked us to have that ready for them. We'll have that for the first report card. And then the piece that I did mention to parents that we would be continuing to work on are our rubrics. Our rubrics right now are designed for teacher use. The rubrics are designed with criteria so that as a teacher is reporting out in each of those 4 levels, level 1, 2, 3, and 4, or emergent, sufficient, and competent, there's specific criteria in there. We're going to try to get those rubrics written in more parent-friendly language and make those available as well. Trying as best as we can to be transparent. The curricula is all available online, and now some additional resources are available too for parents that are interested in learning more about how we grade and report at the elementary level. Be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. Spring?
Just one quick thing on the, for students with IEPs and the asterisk.
Yes.
I would think that you want to have that noted. Is it going to be noted somewhere on the report card so that if a parent sees that asterisk, they?
Yes, if I can go back here. Right at the table where you see the performance codes, performance levels, and descriptors, at the very bottom is the asterisk. It indicates
see
a
it. Sorry, I
modified
missed it.
curriculum,
Okay,
and
I
a
missed it.
description there is there.
The other thing, and I raised this at the curriculum meeting, and I'm going to raise it again.
Yes.
Yes, yes. And the others, feel free to chime in after I raise this, because I don't think it can be said enough. I'm deeply disappointed that under social studies and science, that we have no competencies listed. And I want to know when we're going to have competencies under there, when we have multiple competencies on subjects that are not the major subjects. I do not understand how that can be in this day and age where social studies and science are, in my mind, just as important as the other core subjects. So I said it multiple times at curriculum, I was saying it again.
Yes. I'd be glad to address that. And you are absolutely correct. And in the importance of both the science and the social studies, we have fully developed K-12 curricula in the areas of science and social studies, just like all of the rest of our content areas. What we found as we were developing the report card was that each of the elementary grade levels have a competency strand in life science, earth science, and in life science. We could go right ahead and list those competencies on the new report card, okay? Because those are the competencies that we're teaching. Each of those strands, as well as all of the inquiry-based science. In fact, I think what I shared at CNA was that we're doing a better job teaching science and social studies topics in the elementary schools now than we ever have. Mostly because we have an integrated approach. Now, science and social studies are not completely integrated. We certainly have opportunities for our students to do inquiry-based and science, experiments, that type of thing. But there are aspects of science and social studies that are content-based that we can integrate into our work with English language arts, some of our nonfiction or informational text. And we are doing that, and we're doing that quite well in our elementary schools. The reason for us not listing those on the report card this time around is that when we rolled out our science and social studies curriculum, we did not indicate for our elementary teachers to teach life science units first, and then earth science, and then physical science. We did not specify to our elementary teachers which order they needed to be teaching those competency strands. If I list them all, and I have a second grade teacher, keep using my second grade example today, I did teach second grade, if we had, if our second grade teachers were teaching life science, say at a couple of our elementary schools, and then other elementary schools might have been doing the physical science, we'd have a situation on our report card where we would have to do some of those grayed out boxes. Our previous report card had lots of grayed out boxes, and we really tried to make a commitment to this new report card that we weren't going to do that to parents. It was very confusing to know what was being taught, what was being graded, when you saw all these grade boxes. So what we said for this first time out with the new elementary report card is that we would grade the competencies in science and social studies more holistically, and then in that teacher comment box, be very specific and share with a parent that we've been working on life science in the first grade classroom, and let parents know that we've been working on life cycles, and then be more specific there in our narrative box to say how the student was progressing with those competencies. So that's sort of the current status. As I had shared with you at CNA, Curriculum and Assessment, as we continue to develop this report card, fine tune, based on feedback that we're getting from parents and from teachers, we certainly will see some revisions, and that will include listing the competencies for science and social studies, as you would expect to see, and we do as well.
So when will that be?
I'm going to say that that the revision to the new report card to list those competencies would come in our next cycle, which would be at the start of the next school year. This year, I've asked the classroom teachers to be very specific about what competencies they're teaching in science and social studies through the narrative teacher comment box.
So we'll start seeing those in curriculum and assessment during the winter so that they will be ready for next fall?
What will you see?
The competencies in the spring.
Perhaps in spring.
The competencies are, for science and social studies, are already part of our approved
Right, but-
curriculum.
What we're gonna see in the spring at curriculum and assessment, and then back to the school board by the summer, is
A revised report card?
Revised report card, right?
Absolutely.
So it's ready for September.
You got it. Yes, yes.
So, as you know, I attended one of your sessions, and I
Yes.
thought it was really excellent, honestly.
Thank
I
you,
did.
Mrs.
I
Green.
thought it was so professionally done and very explanatory. But I have a very basic fundamental question, and I don't understand why it didn't dawn on me before. But you said these competencies are end-of-year competencies.
Yes.
So what does it mean to me as a parent when my child gets a 3 in mathematics now?
Mm-hmm. So we're not going to be grading or reporting out on mathematics. We'll report out on the competency strands that are listed below mathematics. But let's say that we were to report out 3. A student is demonstrating a basic competency, beginning to show some consistency in their application and transfer of skills in, say, solving. Okay? What that means is that the student would be continuing to work on grade level solving type, that particular competency. We'd be looking at sort of shoring up the student's accuracy, their level of independence with that particular skill. Really, when you look at the definition of level 4, which is competent, we're looking at for a student to be able to work independently, accurately, with consistency. So that's sort of what that student and his classroom teacher would be working on over the course of the remainder of the school year. And when we talk about competencies, we're talking about learning progressions. And so as that student was showing that within a particular grade level they were moving towards competent, then the classroom teacher would be doing more personalizing, more differentiating to expand and extend upon the particular competency within that grade level.
Okay, so what does it mean exactly that these are based on year-end competencies? What does that expression exactly mean? Because I understood everything you said.
Yeah.
But then, what does it mean that it's, so I would think if a student got a 4, that means they're competent. Does that mean they're competent for the entire year's curriculum?
Yes, right, because the way that we design our rubrics are going to, or do illustrate the, those I can statements, what it means for a child to be competent. And so when you think about a learning progression, again, remember that our curriculum in our district is K-12 curricula. And so that means that that student just keeps moving along. And so those competencies keep shifting and becoming more rigorous and more intensive. And, that learning becomes more, deeper learning. And, we go higher on what we call depth of knowledge. Again, that kind of falls into to the rigor.
I think, I could probably oversimplify this. I think what Mrs. Green is saying, if they get a 4 in the first, that means they're finished for the year, they're competent in the entire thing.
That's just what I'm asking.
Yeah, because it's a year-end competency, so when you stick a 4 under trimester 1, and they're in the 5th grade, that means they've demonstrated they're competent in the entire 5th grade curriculum. And
Yeah.
that's just a snapshot in time, or is that the whole year, I think, is what you're asking?
Yeah, because it's year-end competency we're
Right.
measuring against.
So we do suspect that some of our more accelerated learners may be demonstrating year-end competencies. That's probably unusual. However, that's where we start the work that we do with personalized learning. When we talk about enrichment, when we talk about extending and expanding upon the curriculum and moving a student along, that's entirely possible.
Up, so you're probably thinking there's probably not a lot of 4s.
Right?
And I don't want people to think that a 4 is an A. It's not the same.
No,
Right?
no.
So that's why I'm trying to prepare parents to not expect they're used to seeing straight A's. It doesn't mean they'll be straight 4s.
At the elementary level.
Not at the elementary level, right?
Right.
So I think that's a good question, because it's like, all right, then
It's not possible
I'm done
for
with
a
5th grade, I
student-
must move into 6th grade and try Mr. 2. That's what, if I've met all the competencies at the end of the first, and that's not what happens, right? What you're saying is we personalize and enhance and.
That's right, that's right.
Keep that kid at a 4. You don't want them to drop.
Right, and some of our teachers have asked that same question, because they know that they have students within their class that are more accelerated, and you might see that a student can meet some of the criteria for what is competent, say in data or geometry, early on in the school year. So what does that now mean for that child sitting in that classroom for the remainder of the school year? It means more personalized learning.
Peter?
Absolutely.
So-
Something we've always done, really,
That's right. I
in
don't see
the
it
elementary
any
school.
different than what we've always done.
So if we look at this report card that's up here now. okay,
Yes.
This is end of first trimester. In math, we see that the child has modified 3s in number sense and solving. But there's nothing under measurement data and geometry. That's because you haven't gotten to it yet.
No, actually, all of our competencies are competencies that we will be working on in our classroom over the course of the year. What you see there is, you do see some blanks only because for the sample that I put up here for you, I didn't complete the entire report card. I just gave you a couple of
So-
examples. We don't want to have blank boxes and grayed out boxes as we did in our previous report card. These are strands that our teachers will be working on with their students in their classrooms throughout the year. And to work on it, to be teaching means also to be collecting evidence. As we collect evidence, we use our rubrics to report out to parents in a more accurate and honest manner.
Did you have a question?
I just have 2 quick questions.
Sure.
So one of the questions I have is, what was the reason behind not having the hybrid reporting system for elementary as opposed, because you've done that for middle and high school, so I'm curious as to why, because you've mentioned you're not wanting to have, or not wanting to have the grayed out boxes. But what, other than that,
So when you say the hybrid, I've actually used that to answer a couple of questions that have come up from parents. As we've been moving through our slides at the elementary level in our presentations, parents have said, are we expecting to see a new report card at the middle school or the high school level? We do have a secondary grading and reporting committee that is working on what we're calling sort of a hybrid model. We will continue with traditional grading and reporting, the way that you've always seen grading and reporting at the middle and the high school. In addition to that traditional grading approach, we'll be offering parents some additional information so that parents understand how their child is progressing with competencies. So that's sort of that hybrid model that you'll see at the middle and the high school. The reason that's different at the elementary is that we've never used traditional grading at the elementary school. I'm sorry?
We never have done ABC.
We've never done ABC, we've never done averaging, percentile-based grading. If you remember, the previous report card offered parents information about if their child was beginning, if they were developing, if they were secure with a particular skill, but never that traditional grading and reporting that you see with the ABC type.
okay, and so what was the feedback from the parents? What was the overall feedback that you got from the parents? Was it positive for this?
Yeah, actually, the sessions that we had, believe it or not, we had better turnout than our morning sessions, which was great because parents were able to come that didn't necessarily need to have childcare in the evening. But we ran 6 sessions. We did 2 morning sessions and 4 evening sessions at each of our schools. We had fairly good turnout. Of course, we would always want to have greater turnout for parent information sessions like that. But parents had great questions. They provided us with some feedback in terms of the fact that they'd really like to be able to see the rubrics that we're using with the criteria. Yeah, they were happy about some of the suggestions that we were making about accessing reference tools and things like that on the website. So far so good. But what we've said is that we haven't rolled it out yet. Parents will see it for the first time early December. We want the input. That's going to help us to make revisions. And
I think Mrs. Doobie's on to one of our greatest challenges, and it's the 5 to 6 transition, because we go from this to something more traditional.
Right.
I've asked Mike Flynn to Mr. Flynn, the principal there, to really work on that. And we see that drop off in some of our standardized testing, and it's part about making them comfortable in middle school, but we're talking 2 different languages when we're talking 1, 2, 3s, and 4s, and now what's that mean? And it's a challenge. That transition is a challenge. So I've asked them to really hyper focus on this and try to. Even for parents, it's hard because they get this and then they go to the middle school and it's something completely different. Trying to make that a smooth transition. So I think that's kind of what you're onto in terms of parents and what our challenge. That's a challenge.
And I think also the subjectivity of it too. I think what might be kind of hard for some parents to kind of grasp.
Yeah, I guess I would probably though offer that the competency-based report card using rubrics really takes a lot of subjectivity out of grading and reporting. A rubric gives you very specific criteria. So when I speak about the I can statements, we're really looking to see what students in our collection of evidence, whether that be through observation, whether that be through anecdotal note-taking, or common assessments. That evidence gathering really helps, we gather that evidence, but then we also look to see how that aligns with the criteria that we've set up within the rubric. So I guess I would say that grading and reporting perhaps has been more subjective in the past, and we're really trying to tighten that up so that classroom teachers in the same grade level and classroom teachers between grade levels are a little closer together in that common understanding of what is competent.
Okay.
Lots of great work's been done, and a lot more to go, but great work.
Mrs. Sherman.
I would say to the board that if, as you digest all this, because Christy is certainly giving you a lot of information, if you think of something specific, either get the question, Pete, Kim, and I all serve on, there's 3 of us, all serve on the curriculum and assessment committee where the work and the nuts and bolts are worked out. So we could take for instance, Kim's question, all three school board members have that same question about fleshing out those competencies. And we're gonna work more on that. Well, so if you have a question, get it to one of us, so we can get it into the workings, because there we have all our experts, all our elementary principals, curriculum developers, and they're a wealth of information and resource, so be a great place to work it out.
Yes,
I think
thank
when,
you.
something to look forward to as your children get older, you know, when they'll ask you to read something, and before you start reading it, you know, check this over for me. They're handing you another sheet with the competencies of a rubric, like, this is what I'm supposed to demonstrate in this, which makes it a little easier as a parent to help them, because, you know, it sounds good, it looks good, and then, you know, that's just, you know, even when you're grading something as a teacher, that it tries to remove that subjectivity out of it, because, okay, you're supposed to, I'll simplify this, you're supposed to have 5 adjectives. 1, 2, 3, I can see the 5 adjectives, great, I got that, check. And so you can kind of go through it a little bit more
Yeah.
forensically, if
Yeah.
you would, instead of saying, yeah, this looks great. So it helps as a parent too, but that's something they have to look forward to.
Yeah, true. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you. So, don't go too far, because we might need some input from you on, I put this on the agenda, Sandown Schools as an action item, because I think the board should come up with a date to go to Sandown. And I want to get some, we have, well, we've got, between Sandown Central and Sandown North, there's been an awful lot going on with CIP. We've had formal presentations with 4 alternatives from the staff. And I do believe, as we've gone through our last couple of meetings, it makes sense that this board should expedite the direction of what's going to happen in North and Central. So I asked the superintendent to put this on this agenda, just so we can create, as an action item. What I'd like to get from the board is set up a meeting in Sandown, which I think would be a lot more productive to hear from the people in Sandown in one of their schools versus asking them to come down here. Now, myself, I think it makes sense to do it on a weekend now, and I recognize that well, the key people who have to be involved in this is the school board. That's how I look at it. It's nice if we can get principals or staff. We can't force that to happen, but I think I want to put it out there to the board. I think we should have this on much like you just mentioned about the report cards. It's always better to have one of these meetings in community when there's going to be more people at them. The whole purpose is to get the feedback from the Sandown residents. Kelly, you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah. I've spoken to quite a few parents of kids, with kids in the schools. I also spoke to Ms. Marino. Mentioned that I'd like to see some sort of a meeting in town, talking to the people in town, people who are directly affected. And she said she'd be on board with whatever. She did mention that for a lot of those parents, daytimes are better because they don't have to deal with childcare. So perhaps a daytime and an evening, somewhere we could do it a couple times so that we could make sure we get everyone and give everyone a chance to get there. I don't know if there's something we could put out through the schools to the parents to ask them what, like, maybe a general idea of a date that's not a date, but whether it's a weekend or an evening or during the day. I certainly would make every effort to accommodate them in my schedule. I know we're all busy, but I think it's something important that we're there and hear what they have to say.
I agree. Other members of the board want to weigh in on this?
I think that's a good idea, a daytime during the week and maybe an afternoon, a Saturday afternoon.
Maybe honor society or something could help and do some daycare kind of thing for people to come on a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah.
Bring your kids and we'll do some kind of activity for them.
Certainly.
So, we need to think about this in the context of the fact that we're in the budget season. So, the next two that it would be the 11th or the 18th of November. Obviously, the following weekend is Thanksgiving weekend. That is probably not a good weekend. If we push it out any further, we're into December, and I would certainly hope by December that we're kind of coming to some closure on budget or talking about budget. So with these decisions kind of looming, I think November 18th, which is a Saturday, is probably the best date for Saturday.
Not the 11th, that's
Well, no, I know,
Veterans
Veterans
and
Day.
a lot of people involved in things.
So I would think that the 18th seems feasible. I don't know what evening, I know Mrs. Belcher was gonna kind of look at what evenings are available for
Yeah,
people.
I can give you there's two evenings that are possible. The 28th and the 29th look like two that,
Of November.
of November, sorry.
What would that be for?
Well, I thought we were talking about having one evening meeting and one Saturday afternoon.
I thought
One
one
daytime.
daytime meeting and one Saturday.
Oh, one
one
daytime meeting,
daytime.
one daytime.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the problem with the daytime meeting is where are you gonna
Where are you
have it?
gonna have it?
You can't have it at the school.
Well, we could have it at the library or at the rec center. We could have it at the rec
Oh,
center.
I don't know.
Or maybe the town hall.
Yeah.
Rec center's nice. But if you wanted to be in the building, is that part of your thinking there, Brian?
No.
that we'd be in
I
the
just
building
wanna- I wanna get in their
see the
town.
building
He wanted to get in the
I just
town.
want to get into
into
town, make it
town.
easy for them
Okay.
to attend the meeting.
Okay.
So,
So I guess we need to find the availability of one of those buildings, if we're gonna have it during the day in one of those buildings.
Morning or an
Okay,
afternoon.
the town hall is, the meeting room at the town hall is usually available in the mornings.
how many people would that hold, you think?
At least 75.
Oh, I would think that would work.
That's the
Rec
upstairs
center,
one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah.
That's the regular full-on town hall meeting room, so that would hold quite a few.
So does anybody want to propose a date for that?
Would you want Kathy to check with Lynn Blaisdell, and then we can, when we meet, we can get that date out to
Sure.
you?
And Lynn Blaisdell is,
The
Town
administrator.
Administrator,
Okay.
yeah.
yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead with the dates, because I have a couple.
Well, I mean,
Here.
yeah, basically whenever you can work out the dates, I'll clearly make sure I can be there.
Yeah, a lot of the dates that were, it was either there's an SAU board meeting, there's a school board meeting, there's a PAC event, there's budget committee, there's strategic planning, myself and Dr. Wilson have obligations in another district as well, so.
Sure.
And I do know, I checked with her, she's not available on the 11th to the 18th either, I'm out of town both Saturdays.
Okay.
But I didn't want there to be an expectation that wasn't met.
Mm-hmm.
Because when we had spoken about it, I went right to her to say, like,
Right.
listen,
Right.
one of these two dates.
I just don't see how we can have it any beyond that 18th and expect to
You don't
factor it
think
into the budget.
You don't think we can get it into the first week in December and still be okay?
I don't know.
You know,
I mean,
Let's see why not.
Cause we're not gonna have there won't be a budget committee or a school board meeting the week of Thanksgiving anyway,
Mm-hmm.
so then we're,
so what's the,
See, I'm having a hard time, and I know we've moved beyond this, so we're gonna strike having it in one of the schools while the kids are there, correct?
not having it in.
No, I wouldn't,
Yeah,
yeah,
that
yeah.
would be too
No,
disruptive.
no,
But I was
we weren't.
picturing a couple of rooms, but then it's just,
oh,
it's too
no,
disruptive.
that's,
So
so,
that's a town hall during the morning on some day in
I would-
November.
I would say that the 7th, December 7th would be a school board meeting, correct?
Yep, 7th.
So we could, if we had to, we could go into the 4th, 5th, or 6th if we had to, for a daytime. Once we check with Lynn.
Well, there's not
the
much going on.
problem is if you run into December, it seems kind of silly, but I'm thinking Christmas parades happen on those Saturdays in December. Just, I remember when my kid was younger that,
I'm saying for a
Do
daytime.
they use the town hall for anything during the
Not usually.
yeah, no,
Those
the
are-
daytime,
So like,
but
Those are Monday,
senior
Tuesday,
group in
Wednesday.
there, or any,
Not that I'm aware of.
I just,
Rec department.
Sue was suggesting pushing it out from
Yeah,
the
if you had to, I
18th.
just didn't wanna,
I just worried that if you get into December, that you're into, I don't know.
No, the 2nd would be the first Saturday,
right, if we had to.
if we had to.
I don't think
guess
you wanna go
questions.
beyond that, yeah.
And what's
No, I
our
wouldn't
outcome
want
here, Brian? What are you trying to accomplish here? Get parent, Sandown parent feedback on these ideas? So you're gonna need a presentation made on these
I
four
don't need a
ideas now?
I don't think we need a presentation.
So those
This
parents,
is all posted.
these, okay, so you're gonna expect the parents to come and have either seen it on the school board meeting here when we did it way back,
Mhm.
or got online and saw it. So we don't need any presentation, we're just gonna have our Q&A, or,
Pretty much like what happened last night with, the strategic plan type thing. I mean, to me, we've got,
who's gonna run this meeting?
I'll be happy to run the meeting, school board run the meeting. As far as I'm not, I don't wanna put the burden on the, staff, but my expectation would be nice if there's principals there. I mean, it's their school. But to me, yes, there are four recommended things, but I don't think those are cast in concrete. I think we never really got to the point of deliberating any one of those four
No, we haven't.
at this level,
We
so.
haven't even discussed it amongst ourselves.
Well, to me, I think it would be, behoove us to get direct feedback from the people who are clearly most
We're
affected.
looking for feedback on this, on these
Well,
ideas. Well, I want a parent to know, what am I doing? Why am I coming to this meeting? What are you trying to accomplish?
Well, I have two more ideas to add to these four.
Well,
So we
well,
need a presentation then.
well, I guess, well, my thoughts are that, because we are in the budget season, so if there's something this board's gonna do, whether it's put a kitchen in or whatever, this should be thought out versus, making major improvements on a building like Central and saying, well, really, we didn't really want to do that. And 2 years later, we got ourselves boxed into a corner after we just spent a few $100,000 on something we really don't want to do. So I'm trying to,
I'm wondering
take
how
this-
we're gonna get those parents to come. You know, they need to know what their expectation is. You need to advertise it, so like you did with your strategic plan stuff. So they know, why am I coming? What information do you want me to say?
Right, that's very, I think, pretty easy to put together. And let me tell you, Sue, when we went the last time when we had this discussion, it was full.
Yeah.
There were a lot of parents
Sandown
there.
North. Yeah.
You were there, right? Yeah. So I don't, Sandown people, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think you're gonna have a hard time, once they know that this is on the table, which I think Sandown people do, I think you're gonna see parents there, but I agree, you wanna let them know
Yeah.
what's gonna be talked about and where to go, so that they are prepared to ask their questions, which is why we wanted this report posted.
If I might, I really question not having at least a brief presentation summarizing the options that have been
That-
identified so
Yeah.
far at the beginning. Because you know, this is not against Sandown people, this is
No, I
people in
agree.
general. You're gonna find that 60% of the people haven't read it. But they've heard that there's something significant that might happen to the school, and it might affect their kids, but they're not gonna, a lot of people just don't read. A lot of board members come into these meetings without having looked through all the agenda material.
Yeah.
And we're paid to do it. Not much, but
I
Wow.
mean, I'm fine, if there's no, I mean, if we can't get a staff member there, then I'm
that's,
well,
well,
I'm
that's.
sure Brian and I are
Well,
fine
I guess
about,
that, what
you
I'm
know,
trying to do is, yes, in a perfect world, it'd be great if all of a sudden we had a presentation, a summary presentation. I'm not trying to put a burden on the administration in terms of the presentation of this.
I want the time to be worthwhile though,
So,
for
you know,
everybody, right?
but-
That
yeah,
makes sense.
Yeah, that's fine. And I think that my prediction is you're going to see a lot of people there. You're going, because I think it's, because you have that immediate, where's my kid going next year versus the strategic plan. Yeah, they did an awesome job last night. There was about 24, 25 people there. You were there, Peter, and I think as it's so far out, people just, well, you know, they're not as concerned about it as they might be concerned about what's happening next September,
I agree.
you know? So,
I think we should do something, but again, I think we need to do a summary there
Okay.
has to be a summary presentation.
I agree, and I think in the summary, you only present the two options. We don't go out into option 3, which is closing Sandown Central, because that's more of a strategic plan option, or option 4, which is change the articles of agreement. That's,
Yeah.
that's it. So,
So you give
right
maybe
here, we
those two as, these are the two that seem to be the most feasible, maybe. But you said you've got a couple of other ideas. You're gonna
Right.
throw those ideas at them too?
well, I'm gonna throw those ideas out right now.
Oh, I was gonna say,
That was my
without us
question.
hearing it? No.
Okay.
Curious about when we would hear their ideas.
Yeah, that's mine too. We're not gonna hear it, or?
No, no.
It's classified.
I was
Okay, good.
make this a logical progression here. So, two other options that I think might be viable is looking at our class size policy and perhaps increasing that district-wide at the elementary level because it is well below the state requirements. I guess below is correct, right? Because that might alleviate the space problem that we're seeing. It's hard to tell just based on these numbers, so I would like to see that, and that's one other option. But that is not to say that this is Sandown, this has to be across the
Yeah.
board that this gets
Not gonna
changed.
just change it in one town.
Because when you look at these numbers, because I've spent a lot of time looking at these numbers, and you see you're at 14 and a half rooms. Are you at 14 and a half rooms if you add, say, 2 kids to a class or something like that? We're gonna be having to make these decisions soon because I watched the BudCom meetings, and I know there was a principal that said, we're at 81, we need one more teacher. That has to be discussed. I'd rather see the policy waived, so that's one option. The other option is, and I'm not sure why it wasn't considered, is to flip it back and put 4 and 5 back into Central and K through 3 into North because of the number of classrooms. You got 13 in Central, 18 in North, so you can accommodate more students in North and not as many in Central. And that might mean that TLC gets split, either gets split back to the 4 towns, or you perhaps split two towns, go one and 2 towns to another. I don't know, I'm just laying these as options, that's all.
This is great.
If
Just
you end
another
up,
option.
it's just an option. There's nothing wrong with, just like if you go to the strategic plan, you lay out options. Because you've also got to consider that, as Peter said, full-time kindergarten's coming down the road. And we are, maybe not in this round when we're moving, but I think you're gonna end up looking at moving TLC based on Sandown's growth and the fact that full-time kindergarten is probably gonna come down the pike here in the next couple of years.
But in that case, I make this, I agree that those are things that have to be looked at, and they're interesting proposals. But if we're gonna put in front of the people of Sandown, the possibility of moving the TLC out to the different towns, then I think you have to deal the other towns in. Gotta do people of Plastow, Atkinson, and Danville have to hear about that, and have to be able to weigh in on that as well.
Right.
Because you're involving them.
Of course you do, it's a cooperative school district.
Right.
This was done in the best interest of the district, the programs, and the town, right? All 4 towns benefit from this, and they share, and we make decisions and considerations for all 4 towns. And so, I agree with Mr. Buell. I think you have to take into consideration everybody when you start talking about programs and the district.
Well, that's fine.
All of a sudden, that means more than two presentations. At least
Okay.
one down here
All
for
right.
Atkinson and Plastow.
Okay.
And what about for Danville?
And somehow getting Danville involved. Maybe do it like the
Kids from
strategic
all-
planning thing, kind of a north meeting and a south meeting, or a couple north meetings and 1 or 2 south meetings.
Okay.
I'm not trying to overcomplicate it.
No,
but,
no, that's
it's
why I'm
just
bringing it
kind
up. I mean, I
just
think
kind of,
it's, I think it's kind of something that's jumped up here, and I think we're
It's not
crazy
the only
not to
district
do it.
program we have. There are other towns that have programs that kids from other towns go to.
Okay.
So I agree with everything that Dr. Ferris said. I too crunched some numbers, and if you look at there are 2 tight periods, year 20 to 21 and 23 to 24. And if you take the number of classrooms deemed needed by the study that we were given in those 2 tight years, and you put kindergarten to third grade in Sandown North, you need 17 classrooms in both years. And in Sandown Central, you need 7 classrooms in 20 to 21, and in 23 to 24, you need 8. And then if you, so we're looking at 7 out of 13 or 8 out of 13, and if you added Sandown's TLC, you'd add 2 new classrooms to that. So maximum would be 9 classrooms out of 13 in 2021 and 10 out of 13 in 23-24. So, and that gives us 1 spare classroom in Sandown North for the expansion of full-time kindergarten.
Wait, so you're saying leave TLC in its entirety in Central and put 4
No,
and
she
5?
just
No,
said
only
Sandown.
Sandown's TLC.
Only Sandown's TLC.
Yeah. Because just by my classroom, because then we'd have 9 or 10. But-
How many teachers would we need then?
So what we need,
Do we want all the programs just to be town-specific?
well, we have to look at our facilities, what we can do.
That's what we did do. That's why we're doing what we're doing. But if we start looking at just town-specific programs, we're gonna have a lot of problems. It's a cooperative school district. They share space. We have programs, we share staff. It'll be very expensive
Yeah.
because we're gonna have to do 4 of things instead of 1.
Right.
Just so you know.
Well, we used to have it at Pollard
You've had,
in its entirety, or was it spread out?
Entirety.
as well?
Entirety.
Okay, but Pollard can't accommodate that anymore, but if we took the pressure off it by having Sandown's portion in Sandown.
we looked at where most of the kids were coming from, and they were on buses for a long time going to Pollard. It's where, it's more, it's centered now where more kids travel a shorter distance to where they should be.
Well,
Teachers at each
you know,
side.
these are all considerations.
I know.
These are all considerations, so, but what I'm saying is, there is a valid argument to be made to switching it back, and it's certainly doable.
Switching what
So
then?
what we need, in order to make a decision and to give good information to the public, is we need the actual enrollment of our students as of October 1st, with and without tuition students. We need a breakdown by grade and school of the tuition students, especially for TLC.
We don't have it as of October 1.
We don't have any of
Oh,
that.
October 1.
Mhm. Do we have that data?
What was
It
reported
was
to
being
the-
certified. It hadn't been certified yet.
Yeah.
Like just, I think we may have had it in the last couple of days, but it wasn't certified yet.
Budget
We report it, but it has to be certified.
Oh, gotcha.
Well, I
It's not
think,
just because it just magically you report it and that day
I'm
is.
not saying that, I'm just the question is, do we
And
have
so-
it?
Yeah, no,
That's all.
and so
Can we
based-
get it?
Yeah, and based on the questions from last year, I made sure that Donna Reardon went person by person by person so that the numbers matched up. Remember, we had like 21 kids we couldn't find, and
Yeah, and you
each-
validated all those, I
each one of those
remember.
cases take you a long time to figure out where they are and who's paying and that sort of stuff. So that was all being certified so that the numbers were solid. So I believe we have it somewhere. We have it.
We do, yeah.
well, I guess,
What
what
if-
bothers me, could you, one second, no, what bothers me is that, we just spent 15, we've talked more about Sandown now, tonight, than we have in the last 3 or 4 months.
Because
But-
you didn't have it on the agenda. We were
Well,
gonna talk about it
well-
in September.
Well, because we've got, I don't know, $300,000 to $500,000 worth of improvements being put in front of this board. That's what triggered this. And then, as you pointed out about staffing, we just, about a month ago, we needed when you found us a part-time guidance person, so we seem to be like, by default, we seem to be trying to put a Band-Aid on this thing, and it's like, I think we should now step it up and say, okay, what's the plan here? You know?
Understood.
That's where I'm coming from. It's just, I think I don't want to, as a board, I think you don't want someone coming up in front of the board every 2 weeks and say, you know what, this is what,
No, we know, because we talked about it, even reversing it back means additional staff.
okay?
I mean,
But
so there's considerable additional staff added, and at a time when we're looking to, work on the budget,
Yep.
we're throwing some curveballs that cost lots of money. It's not about building improvements, it's about staffing and what we
Yep.
can and cannot do, what 4th and 5th graders need versus what, preschool through 1st grade or kindergarten or, early learning or programs. So there's a library, there's a literary media specialist, certain things that we'd have to put in there.
Kitchen,
So,
no kitchen.
I mean, that's all part of a study. Instead of just people randomly just picking something off the top of their head and saying, I want to do this, I want to do that. There's a comprehensive study, which would cost a lot of money. Not the study, but there's things that cost money.
Mm-hmm. And I think, well, your staff, you guys did a nice job in-house and came up with 4 alternatives. And again, I think it's worthwhile to explore this, but because, yes, we will be talking an overview here, next agenda item, if you will, about the budget, because I agree with what you're saying, that I'm looking at this year's budget, and I'm also kind of look at next year's budget and building, and I'm trying to approach this logically, so we don't all of a sudden find ourselves we're boxed into a solution that wasn't, it just happened, which wasn't really the goal of anybody. It might not work out the best for Sandown if all of a sudden we Band-Aid the hell out of it. So I just, and we never really discussed it as a board, and we never, your staff did a nice job of coming up with alternatives, but we didn't really, I don't live in Sandown, so I don't know what that parent is, what's driving their, if they're at Sandown North and they know what's Sandown Central, and I'm not about to try to speak for them, so that's where I'm coming from.
Another thing is, this is serious. We gotta put a lot of time into it. We've gotta come up with a good solution. We gotta work with the people of Sandown and the district.
Right,
Absolutely.
right.
Now, I gotta ask, I don't see that we absolutely need something in this budget year. We do need something in the 1920 budget year, for sure, as far as upgrades. But this shows that, worst case, we're short half a room in 1920. And I'd like to really spend a little time exploring, can we deal with that half a room shortage for a year to give us more time to get a good optimum solution going forward?
So what's happened, our conversations, and so Christy's been working with the principals, with how the space is actually being used, what the space was built for. So she's working, we'll be prepared to make our recommendation to the superintendent's leadership team at some point when you're done doing your work, and you ask us for one. But Christy's working on that now with the principals to see how the space is being used, because we believe there's probably a better way to use the space, in maybe in both buildings, and not necessarily with the current grades currently where they are.
So again, for the viewing public, for the 1920 school year, with TLC kindergarten first at Sandown Central, we see a need for 13 and a half rooms and 13 rooms being available. At North, we're looking at a need for 14 rooms with 18 rooms being available.
18 rooms are available.
Yeah, they need 14, 18 are available.
I didn't hear you
It's
say
not
that.
until 2021 that again, by these numbers, I think it becomes really significant where Sandown Central requires 14 and a half rooms, again, with only 13 available, so it's a 1.5.
But let's get back
versus
to the
just
reality,
half.
right? The reality is, we're working within your policy. So Dr. Farah put this out earlier in a sense of like class size, right? So you're asking for extra rooms because we're working within your policy, and it means another teacher and another para and another room. That's what it means.
Furniture.
So until such time you make some adjustments in terms of class size, the extra room, remember, it means another teacher and another para.
That's right.
That currently we do not have, unless we adjust class size. And
What I would like to see is and I know I had it somewhere, we have our current class size policy by our board. I'd like to see what the New Hampshire policy is, and where, if we go somewhere above what we have, obviously below what the state requires, if there's a way to alleviate this crunch that we're gonna see here. Already in Sandown North, they're saying that they're out of space. Now, right now, Peter, we don't have first grade in Sandown Central, do we?
No.
So remember that we're talking about moving first grade
Oh,
next
okay,
year.
okay,
So we are
okay.
talking about next year, 18, 19.
Well, this is showing 18, 19 that there's room for first grade there.
And
There is
Central.
room, but
At North.
Well, but North is saying they're out of room.
Well, I'm seeing,
No, North was was been boxed into a CIP process of trying to justify requests. Let's call it what it really is.
Well,
We've had
that's
those
fine.
discussions.
Okay.
There's plenty of room. The school was built for 450 students, there's 350 there. There's room for another 100 students.
Can I get an explanation of what the request means?
What?
What is this request?
They put in requests through the CIP process. You ask them a wish list, it's like the Sears and Roebuck wish list. What would you like to see happen in your school? I want this, I want that, I want this, then they come in and justify it. That's what's happened for 2 years. Kim, you know it.
Yes,
That's exactly the same. And then you drag them in here, and what do you think they're gonna tell you? They don't need it after they ask for it? Come on.
We don't drag them in here.
Yeah, we did. We had people in the last meeting justifying requests. After they've
So
been to the.
so you're
budget-
saying you're saying the school board dragged them in here?
They went to budget committee and you said, we wanna see this one, this one, this one, and this one, and they're in here justifying requests. And 2 of them were Beth Rincon and Jen Marino. That's the end
Oh,
of it.
I know who the staff were, so you're, interesting. So you're thinking maybe the process is, the CIP is historically asking these people for as you say, a wish list, but
It's happened over and over. It's happened with tennis courts, it's happened with a whole bunch of things.
over the years.
Over the last few years,
over the
yeah.
last-
The
Oh,
process.
yeah.
I'm not saying this
Yeah.
I'm not saying this particular board in this moment in time. I'm saying.
Okay,
the
okay,
process-
thank you. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
thinking to
no,
myself,
This is not, the process,
Okay,
I can't think.
The CIP
Right.
is driving the plan, and it is backwards, because the plan should drive the CIP.
Yeah, you're asking for people to ask for things that don't fit into a plan that's not even created
That's
yet.
exactly what has happened. This is why
I
I've
mean-
been screaming forever that this district needs a strategic plan, and this is
Okay.
why we're working on it,
so, well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. This is good. We're having this conversation, because I'd really love to see that there aren't any problems here. That'd be great.
So are we gonna have these meetings or not?
Well, let's,
Again, to that end, if we don't have recommendations from the SLT, maybe we need those recommendations as well. Okay, I would say before we meet with Sandown citizens, or any citizens.
I don't disagree with that. Mrs. Green?
Well, I do disagree with that. You know,
That's
we
an
need
issue
to have
now.
a conversation with the citizens of Sandown. They can help us formulate things as well. We have 2 plans from the SLT, and we have 2 suggestions of our own right here. I don't think we need any major production, but I want to get back to the factual and data-driven information that this board still needs to make a decision and to help the public understand what's driving our decisions. So we really need the actual enrollment as of October 1st, with and without tuition students. Are we gonna get that? With and without tuition students?
That's what Donna Redden
That's
was
what you're-
working on, so.
Okay.
As soon
So
as we
we
have
will
it, you'd
get
have
that.
it.
So
If
we're
I had
getting
it,
We're gonna
I
get
mean,
it.
All right.
if I had it, then it was in it'd be in your packets, if it was all done.
Okay,
No.
thank you. We also need the breakdown of tuition students by grade in school, because we need to see where these tuition students are. Because these are people we could say no to ultimately and help with our crunch. So we need to know by grade in school where these tuition kids are. We also need to know
What do you mean by
the
that?
number
So-
of,
what do you mean?
because
Are you saying
tuition
they're not
kids-
residents?
right,
There are students
tuition,
that tuition in.
yeah, tuition
resident.
kids are optional.
You have several things that impact enrollment in classrooms. You have staff members whose children go to the school and pay tuition, is what Donna Green's referring to. You have,
Okay.
I have people that live in Plastow that wanna go to Sandown, I have people that in Sandown, and we work with the families so that they are in the school for whatever their reasons are, and there's a million of them, because I meet with them to find out what's wrong with the school that you're supposed to be, why do you wanna be at this one, what makes this, you know. And they all, there's the family stories, I've met with every single one of them, we've worked it out with every single family, so that they feel comfortable in the school they're in. So, they may live in Plastow, but they may go to school in Sandown. Right?
Okay, that's wonderful, but when our taxpayers have to pay for a brand-new classroom because of tuition students, that's not fair to our taxpayers. So that's what we gotta get to. Are we in a situation where our tuition students are pushing us into a new classroom and a new teacher and so on and so forth? This is all data we should know. And the other thing we should know is the number of half-time students in kindergarten and the number of full-time students in kindergarten by each school. That is another important piece of information we need. So we need and we also need a NESDEC enrollment projection. No, we had it for last year. We don't have it going forward. And we need one that is accurate, and so in order to get that, we have to give them the number of kids in Sandow's TLC program and what towns they come from. We can't just say, this is Sandown's TLC program and give it to them that way, because then they'll think those are all Sandown students and give us an exaggerated idea of what our future population is. So we have to give NESDAQ good information, and we have to ask them for their enrollment projections.
How does that work on TLC? When TLC is put in,
Is that even remotely accurate?
No.
No, it's not even close to being.
you must put the
We don't wanna laugh,
TLC
but it's not even close
students,
to being accurate.
What?
TLC students
Yeah,
must go
Kathy
in
will
by
tell you.
town, right?
Yeah.
They have to, right?
Kathy
So
can tell you how
we
she
give them the
reports it.
accurate numbers, and then because the TLC is a centralized program, that they don't consider that as a stand-down population piece. So we do break that information down. I don't know specifically the way that Mrs. Green thinks it should be broken down, but we do communicate that when we do that process.
With who?
We don't want,
To
the
NASDAQ.
point is to give them accurate numbers so that they can give us an accurate feedback. The purpose is not to give them faulty information to swindle the school board into making bad
Well,
decisions.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm
I
so
guess-
sorry, I couldn't help myself.
I know.
Well, I'm trying to get a,
Well,
get a feel for what's going on here.
Donna, can you just send Brian and I the list of the data that you want, so we can figure out, because it's kind of too much to just.
Yeah, just rattle it off.
Right,
Well-
can
I
you
think I
just send a
got it
list,
all.
and then when we meet, we'll see what's
So,
available.
You're
What we have and what we have
What you
to,
have and why we
You're
can't get
thinking
others.
the,
I'm not saying you won't get it, I need a list.
you're thinking that this board waiving a policy in terms of classroom size,
We're changing it, yeah.
probably, yeah, it's probably change it, because waiving it's a one
changing,
time.
okay, I'm sorry, changing it, waiving it,
Modifying it.
would make a big difference in what's going on in Sandown.
It could make a big difference in what's going on in the Timberlane Regional School District. You know, because, I mean, we haven't just added teachers because we're one over, you know, typically we'd come to, but, you know, I mean, sometimes it's, you know, it's 2 or 3 students, 4 students, you know, what are you comfortable with in terms of class size? A couple of you were on the board a few years ago and I shared this story, Kim, so I apologize for repeating myself, but we thought after the budget had passed that we were looking at like about $1 million shortfall, and I brought class sizes up, brought those numbers to the board, and they weren't comfortable with them. You know, and it meant, it was like 15, 17 positions, and, that was probably, I think, 2 years ago? What, do you remember, Ryan? Was that 2 years ago? 2 or 3, and so, 2 years ago, yeah. So I mean, I tried to bring them to, because we were looking for positions, because we were worried about the budget. We were worried about a shortfall, so I'm not suggesting we put 30 kids in a class, but, you know, it's something we have to look, I'm gonna have to look at it anyway, you know, this year, probably, and I'm gonna come to you with a recommendation, if, depending on what the budget number is. You know, when you, at some point, when you say we wanna get the budget to a certain place, we're gonna have to come up with ways to do it.
Yeah, we'll be doing that in about 15 minutes, but, anyway, but I guess I'm just trying to, the reason I asked and I brought this up because I'm pretty sure what I was hearing from the Sandown principals was, well, I know that there was space in Central, but I thought I was hearing that North definitely does not want to, cannot add more people. That's what I thought I was hearing.
I'm gonna say what I said earlier, and Christie's been working on them. They're working on how the space is currently being
That's
used.
great. That's great, because when we look at those reports that was prepared by the staff, and then I was concerned, I think of, I don't know, it was the last meeting? It was the last meeting, the meeting before, where we were trying to plow through some of these CIP things, so we could get done sooner than later. Okay, so we sat back and went, okay, maybe we better, before we just keep going crazy here, but we think we should make sure we have a general plan. That's all I was trying to bring forward here.
So, just a quick question. So I understand from Dr. Farah and Mrs. Green, they have a couple of these additional suggestions they have. How are those going to be incorporated into the 2 possible ideas from this report, if at all? I'm wondering how we're going to talk about them further, if we're going to, when we're going to vet those ideas as a board, that we can
And
really
we-
vetted these four.
And we didn't make a recommendation. That's not a recommendation.
No, I'm saying, when they were talking earlier, when Brian was talking earlier about, having two suggestions, maybe it was you, Kim, forgive me, but having two suggestions to go to the parents and the stakeholders. I know that wasn't a recommendation from here, but I'm saying they also have some suggestions, and I'm wondering how those are gonna be incorporated, if at all,
Well,
and when.
I'm thinking that if it's feasible, that we could direct the superintendent and Christie and whoever else needs to come into play here, is to look at the district policy for class size in conjunction with the state policies. See, because it sounds like you have some idea that if we brought the class size up by whatever that number is, that the space problem would not be the issue that we're seeing right here, where we have 13 and a half classrooms needed. I'm understanding this
You
correctly?
are spot on. That's exactly it.
That is something I think, and I don't know what your lead time is on this, but to me, I think we need to ask, what would your lead time be to do that, to run that sort of model where the class size goes from 20?
We've already started the work.
Okay.
So I don't want to put, Christie under too much pressure. I don't know if she'll have it by the 16th, maybe you will, I don't know. Or at least by that first meeting in December at the latest, but I think, if you say we, all hands on deck, try to get it to us by the 16th, then, but like I said, we've already started the work, because I
The
anticipate this
16th
conversation.
is our next meeting.
Correct.
Is that what, that's the meeting.
Because it definitely doesn't make any sense to meet with the sand-down
No.
parents
No.
without saying,
Right.
these are your three legitimate alternatives.
Yeah.
We don't, we
Yeah.
we obviously don't
Right,
want
right.
to have them come up with 50 alternatives. We just can't handle that.
Because they will.
No.
I mean,
No,
everybody
well,
has it.
well, but
They
but
will.
you,
They
but
come
to
up
be
with good
fair
ideas.
though, you should be able to counter, and this is why I'm throwing ideas out that may or may not be feasible. You should be able to counter ideas that come out.
Well, we need the facts, so. right?
So, yeah, so that you can say, no, that's not feasible. If I'm Sandown parent, I put my hand up, I think we should move 4 and 5 back. I think we should switch it back to the way it was. Somebody needs to be able to counter that and say, okay, not disagreeing with you, but it's gonna cost the district $2 million to do it. Maybe that
This is the
changes
plus and
somebody's mind.
minus of that.
So that's a
Right.
plus, somebody,
So we're not ready to talk to parents.
No,
yet.
it's not just about buildings and classes, it's
No,
about
it's not.
continuity of education, it's about
Well-
transition from 5 to 6, there's a lot that goes into this, and
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
really it. We'll certainly be prepared to
I don't,
make our recommendation, what we think is in the best interest. A lot of times people can solve one problem and create 5 more for you,
Sure.
because they don't really understand the whole system,
so, I think it's important that we get this information about adjusting class sizes in light of the fact that we're trying to come in with a budget that's less than last year. And I see from BudCom that it's driving additional staffing here as we get to those crunch numbers, at least from what I've heard, right? Correct?
Well,
And that upping it by 1 or 2 students might save, I don't know, staff.
And we haven't addressed issues that we just talked about for the last half an hour. So, that was a concern of mine about, I have watched some of the budget meetings, not all of them, and, funny you should mention that about the CIP, because that's how I was looking at it. I'm saying, okay, I'm looking at a wish list, if you will. We've had a couple of conversations. We actually appreciate, you actually put it as a superintendent's goal, in terms of the budget, addressing the budget. And what I've observed, I mean, I don't know, we've had a couple of brief chats about, so, I don't know, you're waiting for everything to be submitted, look at the thing in its entirety before you take a step back and do the budget, the overall budget.
Now we're talking about the budget, we're off.
Well, I'm just,
We
well,
need to get back to Sandown.
well, the reason I brought that up, because you just mentioned about the budget, because that's why, to me, that was my concern, that I'm sitting back saying, okay, I'm looking at Sandown, and I don't want to, you really can't separate these things. It's whether it's this year or next year, whatever. I understand there's different budget years, but I don't want to see this board go down a road, and then we're also talking about budgets. I mean, I clearly understand I don't want to sit back and say, okay, we'll come up with option A, and yeah, could you lower the budget down, but you're also going to have to add 22 people to meet option A. I don't want to do that, obviously. It's common sense that you can't do that. So when I look at this, when I look at Sandown, and then I look at what's been talked about in a few budget meetings, and in defense of the budget committee, that's not what they do anyway. That's not that the budget committee sit back and say, geez, let me look at Sandown. Let's see what's going on. That's not what they're tasked to do. This board has a different task. So I think, I'm glad we had this conversation, because it sounds to me like we might have better alternatives in the next 24 months than I thought we had a week ago. You know, by dealing with policy and classroom sizes, and I didn't know that those things existed for us to address.
Yeah, the report that you asked for September 1st, and we got to you late in September, it was put together within your current policies. I didn't ask Chrissy to work outside your policies and come up with options, 15 different options. I said, what are the best options that we can come up with? We worked on an SLT, and we gave you what we felt were some options, but without a recommendation. We didn't make a recommendation.
I understand that. But I also didn't, shame on me, but I didn't realize we were supposed to say, well, by the way, with that report is solely, I didn't realize that we had limited the staff on a report. That wasn't my intention. It's like, when they did the analysis on the options for Sandown, that, in the perfect world, I guess, I wish that there is another option you board might want to look at, that if you guys look at waiving your policies, we can do this, this, and this. Because that's kind of what we're talking about right now. But
Right.
I didn't know that even existed.
The first one that was brought up as just in discussion, and Peter's idea of where we really don't need to do it, doesn't have to happen right now. We got a little bit of wiggle room, and that's why we were gonna put all of this off until the fall anyway, so we'd have some time to get some more information, the NESDAQs, the October 1st, and now all of a sudden, because of 3 or 4 projects in a CIP, by the way, which I don't like all of you continuing to call them a wish list, these people worked hard on those, they vetted those ideas. Anybody who's worked on a CIP knows that not every project makes it to the final cut. That's okay. So if we don't think any of those Sandown Central projects deserve merit, because we don't know what we're gonna do in 1920,
I don't think
Then
that's,
don't.
well, I don't think that's what was said, but I think my concern is, not that they don't deserve merit, my concern is, I have sat here and supported hiring of staff and this kind of stuff, and where is this going? And we have never, as a board, discussed where it's going.
Well, I mean, I apologize for calling it a wish list, but here's
you.
my problem with it, is, put yourself in my shoes for a minute. I have staff in here asking for things, that they think they need, and they put a lot of work into them, and they think they're important to what they're doing.
That's right.
There's no plan, and I know you're trying to get a plan, and then they're in here trying to justify them, and, I have to tell you to sit and, kids are using the bathrooms at Sandown Central, they're fine, the same size bathrooms they have at home, it's not, they're not standing on barrels, to listen to the justifications why people are trying to get you to support something is just, it was just mind-boggling to me, that didn't come up, we were talking about that 2 years ago, 3 years, it was fine, and all of a sudden it's not fine.
Right.
Like magically, all of a sudden, if you don't do this today, right, it's kids are gonna get hurt, and it's like, that's not true, it's not true. And so, and I go, and you'll say that you're people, but they're in here trying to justify something they're asking for. Why do you need all these things lowered, or why do you need this, why do you? That's the part, you put yourself in my shoes, I'm like, I'm listening to it just like you're listening to it, going like, all right, well, is that part of our plan or not part of our plan? They're like guessing to see if things will fit in the plan, right? I mean,
push things
I
out
understand
because
what
we
they're
didn't have a
doing,
plan.
but, and I don't want to get contentious here with you, but I don't understand why they're bringing it to us if you're not in agreement with it, because you are the supervisor of those principals. So if they're bringing it to us,
I can't even
then-
believe we're having this conversation.
I mean-
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Okay, I said,
You
okay,
set it
let's
up
not
that way.
have it.
That's why it
No,
happened that way.
I did not set it
did
up that
personally.
way.
It was set up that way. It went right to the committee, right to the committee. Skipped right over the corner offices, right to the committee. So to ask me that,
What do you mean, we set it up, I'm confused.
so why don't you respond before, because I, you know,
I
Please,
don't
yeah,
understand.
please. Yeah, I'm confused.
I don't understand.
I didn't vet those.
We understand.
We
That's what she's saying.
understand, but I
That
don't
she's
understand why.
agreeing with you.
I understand
I'm telling you
that.
why they end up in front of you when you're asking me why I didn't look at them. She wasn't agreeing with me. She was saying the opposite.
No, she's agreeing with you, saying that we're confused, that's a bad way of putting it. Somebody gets in front of this board, and the staff is doing their job, you're doing your job, everyone's doing their job, but right now, there seems to be a cart before a horse, if you will. And I'm a little,
I was saying that 2 years ago, Brian. Yeah,
well,
I've been saying that for 2 years.
well, maybe we have to go into the assembly line and reverse the order here or something, because it's not a matter of stuff isn't. Yeah, there are things on that CIP that I would call a wish. There were things that's probably 3/4 of stuff in the CIP is got to happen. Just a matter when.
It's just when.
Just a matter when. There are things on the CIP that, yeah, they're, it's like someone saying, if you want to ask me, I guess what the heck, I'll put that down there. But, and I think that's been vetted, that process, whether it's the school board or the budget committee.
No one has to have those projects removed. It's not the committee's job to remove the projects. They were sent to us, they're in the, I
Yeah,
call
well,
it the pipeline.
I
We
just-
moved them things over, we moved some things this way, and we moved, not many, this way.
So, I guess what I'm looking for is, and I thought that's where we were headed about 15 minutes ago, we need some guidance here to what makes sense. So if this is already in the, which is great, if you already got this in the process, to come back to this board with a recommendation, we've talked about before, this guy is not falling for the next academic year for Sandown. I think, well, as far as I know, everyone agrees with that. I am just trying to stay on top of it as a board, or, that's all I'm trying to do. So, I'm very happy to hear that there is more alternatives, that whether it's buy more time, because it's a moving goalpost here. This is, you can't really look forward 3 years from now and know exactly what's going to happen. That's been a different attempt at different people, but you can see indicators. We know that population is not going to shrink in terms of the Sandown, but I wanted to make, I asked to put this on the agenda to do just what we're doing right now, and to me, it's what I thought would make sense, because last week when I put this on the agenda, I didn't know that there was a potential of having different alternatives to bring to these people. I'm trying to get some feedback from people, because I don't want to sit back and make these things.
I listen very carefully when I meet with you and
Yep.
when we're here, and so, that's why I was right in Christie's office the next morning and said, we gotta get rocking and rolling on this. You gotta get down to those schools, you gotta see those principals, start looking at that space, start looking at those class sizes, because we talked, you said, this is what the report says. I go, well, that's not our recommendation. So we need to start preparing what our recommendation would be. What makes the most sense? What gets you through maybe a peak year or two without any radical changes, right? So.
Right.
And then what's good for the district, what's good for the town of Sandown, what's good for the programs that all 4 towns need, right? What's the most efficient way to do it, right?
Right.
That's why we
Right,
have
yeah.
programs in one town that serves all 4 towns. That's why we do it. And
Yeah.
Sandown's not the only town that does that for the other 3 towns, right? They all do. Right? Every town does something for the other towns.
But I guess one key point in the 18-19 year that we need to know is whether or not, where first grade is gonna be, because that impacts the kitchen situation.
Potentially, yep.
Well,
That was as an option.
it's,
If you
Well-
change the class size, they don't have to come down, right? Correct.
Right, so both options had first grade moving in 18-19, correct? So if first grade doesn't have to move in 18-19, yeah, we can get another year, but if first grade has to move in 18-19, then I think we need to plan for a kitchen unless we're planning to bring more meals in, and is that feasible? I don't know. How many meals, there's a big question too. Can North, if you put the first graders in there, bring meals down, because then you don't have to worry about a kitchen in 18-19.
There are questions, questions that need answers, but there's also, you didn't ask, we didn't give you a recommendation, so this went on a, okay, we have some time, then we don't have some time, now it's the fast track, so, hey, we can bob and weave and change and speed things up or slow things down. If it's speed things up, get your recommendation to us, we'll get a recommendation. I mean, that's what we're working on.
Okay.
But we didn't know, this is all new. You just threw it on the agenda, and now we're talking about meetings in Sandown, which we talked about, so I'm not saying I just found out about 2 minutes ago.
Right.
Sure.
But
Right.
that's why I had already started talking to Christie about it. 'Cause I'm like, we're gonna have to have a recommendation that SLT thinks is in the best interest of the district, the town of Sandown, and the programs that serve all 4 towns. Not any one of those 3 at the expense of the others. We're trying to do what's best for everybody. Greatest good for the greatest number of people.
Okay.
Sure.
So, my feeling is that this gets put back on the agenda for the next meeting, that we push the Sandown meetings out till those dates that we talked about, and try to have people leave, was that December 1 date or something? December 2nd, which is a Saturday, and then Kelly, you mentioned, like,
The 4th, 5th, either the 4th, 5th, or the 6th of the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
So
As a
the
day.
28th
Right.
and 29th are the 2 good nights.
I thought we decided we wanted a Saturday and a day, right?
Oh,
Is that-
Saturday, and a
or-
day. Okay, the
I mean,
day's
it's
gonna
up
be
to-
at Town Hall, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to confuse. So the
Yeah.
day's so Kathy's gonna get you a day at Town Hall
In December, after
Yeah.
December 1st, okay.
before the December 7th meeting, school board meeting.
Yeah.
4th, 5th,
So-
or 6th.
Yeah.
Okay, so ask, which one do you like, which is the best? Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday? Monday's not always great.
Tuesdays.
Tuesday?
Tuesday or Wednesday. Monday's not good for
Day
me.
of Wednesday.
Okay, you wanna say Tuesday the 5th we'll shoot for? Okay, so we'll try to get that for, and what time are you talking? 10 o'clock?
Yeah, that's.
9 o'clock? Does it need to be early, or should it be like
I don't know.
For me, real early, but don't go by my schedule.
okay,
Well, you wanna do it after parents have, so, I don't know, 9?
Actually, right after elementary drop-off would
Right.
be good.
And it gives them a window before they're picked up on the half-day thing,
Right,
so.
yeah, 9.
9?
Yeah,
Is
they're
that-
already out.
is that a good
Time to
time?
grab a cup of
That's fine.
coffee, show up.
Yeah, 8:45,
8:45.
And Saturday, I can only be available in the afternoon.
And Saturday will be in which Sandown school?
I don't know the schools well enough to know what's the better one to accommodate a group like that.
Well, we can accommodate them in both, because we've had school board meetings at
Yeah.
both.
True, we have.
I would say, obviously Sandown North is newer, but Sandown Central is more centrally located. So, you pick.
Oh, well, we could ask to use the town hall, that's a
Or the
good
rec
idea.
hall. Rec hall's beautiful,
What do they do on Saturday mornings
I
in
don't know.
December, they playing?
not in. but
Why don't
it's
we see
beautiful.
about using, either maybe we can ask Lynn
Lynn
Blaisdell
will know.
if we can use the rec hall or the town hall on the 2nd also, as opposed to the school.
What do they,
So we could use it, the
what do they
town
do
hall
on
for-
Saturdays? They use the town hall on Saturday mornings?
Yeah, sometimes, karate lessons, things like that.
Well,
Saturday
you
morning,
obviously,
but we're talking about the afternoon, Saturday afternoon, I hope, because I can't do Saturday morning.
that's fine, Saturday.
Saturday afternoon.
Let Kathy get to Lynn and give us some options, and
Okay,
you
I know.
guys can decide.
And then you want
So you
Kathy
don't
just to
want
send
Sat-
it
you want-
out, or send it to you, and then you can send it out, or how do you wanna do it?
For the
So we're
dates,
not-
you mean?
We're not doing it in the schools anymore.
No,
It's gonna be at the
schools.
town hall, and one might be at the rec, or the town hall, or does
See
it
what-
matter?
See what you can find.
See what the town
Okay,
can do.
another space.
Little space.
In the afternoon. When you say
afternoon on
afternoon, do you mean 1, 2, 3?
Donna, what time
Two
can you
would
make
be
it?
best,
2?
yeah.
2?
Okay.
Necessarily
Yeah,
for everyone,
for
but.
everybody else.
Yeah, I
Do
know,
you-
I don't
do you
know if I'm
have-
available in the afternoon on December 2nd.
Deferring to the Sandown people.
So we're talking like three
Hello?
three Saturdays
Sandown
before
reps-
Christmas.
Sandown
You guys are
reps.
gonna be
That's what Sandown
shopping.
reps need.
It's 3 Saturdays before Christmas.
Yeah.
No one's gonna go.
I know I can
For
get out in the
shopping.
mornings,
And
the
then
afternoons are
let's
tough
see
for
if
me.
we get some
But I'm just saying.
babysitting help.
Well,
Donna and
Alright.
I'll babysit.
At 2 PM.
We can get one of those honor
Donna
societies.
says, no, she's not babysitting. I'll do it on my own.
You're bringing a science lesson.
We'll do coloring.
you think that's a
We'll
reality,
keep
though?
meeting so you can finish
Do you think it's a reality, though, that we could, you
Get
know,
little numbers in
any
it,
type
so
of,
know what to do.
No,
do you think it's a reality, it's any type of recommendation in that time frame, though? Is that an unrealistic request?
I can have it to you for November 16th.
Yeah, we'll,
Okay.
we'll call, we'll have a special SLT meeting to kind of
Okay.
find that out from all the different, lenses that need to chime in on this.
Okay.
All right.
That's great, so appreciate it. Anyway, I understand we're sorry to drop this on you, but, you know, I'm trying to be proactive on this, and this is where, the fact is, it came from the other side of the table to start with. So that's what we're trying to, that's what we're here to do.
Not a problem.
We're here to make it happen with you guys. That's what we're trying to do here, you know? So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
thanks, Christie.
So let me take a couple of minutes here, because, oh, I need, no, excuse me, Dr. Metzler, could I just have you just take 2 minutes? Just 2 minutes, I think.
Yeah.
I don't need Chrissy for, I just, because I'm just gonna reiterate just pretty much what I had just, yes, on the budget update, I put that on there, so I could get some feedback. Because right now, the budget process, it's still being, like, there is no total budget yet. There's just been,
That's why Jeff's here, actually,
Oh.
with the budget committee, they're pulling the
Okay.
numbers together. He hasn't pulled all the numbers together, but I asked him to be here to talk to you about where he was in the process
okay,
with the budget committee.
because again, my concern, well, again, you're formulating a budget with the budget committee. And at some point in time, you're gonna have to look at it in its entirety to come up with your ideas of how you can pretty much can see what your view is on potential reductions or savings, whatever. So right now, he's going the other way, correct? You're formulating right now. What do you do?
Formulating.
You're formulating the budget, so right now, you're grabbing input from all the principals and
Correct. Building.
building by building.
Building the budget. So the budget committee obviously has been active in reviewing what all the department level budgets. Next week, they'll be looking at the high school and middle school budgets, which are obviously larger budgets, curriculum and development, and athletics. The budget committee this year took a little bit of a different approach and is voting in subsequent weeks to take a look at the previous week's budgets as well. So they're getting a look-see twice. And so they'll be looking at special ed, student services, Danville Elementary facilities, as well as the others later on in the month. So I expect that a full budget will be together on 11/21. Today is the 2nd, and they're meeting on the 9th, which is also a Thursday. You're meeting again on the 16th. Budget committee is meeting on the 21st, which is that odd week because of Thanksgiving. They've also requested a joint committee meeting to be held on the 30th. So we're in a little bit of a funky November here in the sense that there are 5 Thursdays. So the 30th is not a school board nor budget committee meeting night. So I think that there had been a night discussed for that joint meeting earlier than that.
Right, it was gonna be the 21st.
Right. So I think this will give them an opportunity to take a look at the budget, for this board to take a look at the budget, and perhaps to meet on the 30th, which is a neither meeting night.
When is this board gonna look at the budget?
Well, I expect that I'll have the budget prepared for the budget committee on the 21st. And that should be ready early, to go out with their packets, so
So that means we're gonna see it on the 16th.
potentially, yeah. Normally I would have it out on Friday if I can get it out Thursday.
Well,
for your meeting, that'd be
I mean,
helpful.
don't, let me follow the process here. Isn't the school board going to take a look at the budget and then recommend a budget to be forwarded to the budget committee?
Typically, the budget committee's, it's the budget committee's budget, they own the budget. Now, what's been done in years past, I don't know, but typically, if I recall process from last year, and I wasn't in this position last year, but really the draft round started at the budget committee level. So I tracked changes at the budget committee level, their drafts of the budget. It's the only way I can really do that. So essentially, the budget goes to the budget committee, I mean, it's their budget. So if there's anything else that's going on, certainly let me know, but it's the budget committee's budget. So I think historically, if the school board has had a look at the budget, even recommendations, that budget round still goes to the budget committee. And then the budget committee can look and say, okay, we understand that, whatever, that educational directive, or we understand this request, or we understand that cut that the school board is proposing. And at that point, they would make the adjustments. And that would be their draft X, draft 1, draft 2, draft 3, draft 4.
But how is the school board requesting a cut when we don't see the budget?
You asked, I believe, how, or I'm describing to you how it's been done in the past. And you had asked if whose budget is it, or who does it get presented to? It gets presented, it's the budget committee's budget.
It's usually the budget committee's budget.
Correct.
At the public hearing. That's technically their budget. Correct?
Okay.
Okay. But the budget committee doesn't have authority in terms of staffing. The budget committee can't recommend hiring, can't recommend, they don't have that authority.
Okay, they would recommend appropriations, or?
Right, they recommend appropriations, correct. So, staffing positions would come from this board. So, it's obviously, they're doing it different than I'm used to. So, you're saying, so basically the budget, we will see a proposed budget, and then the budget committee is gonna see if they get feedback from the school board for, because obviously they can't.
Well, I can kind of fill in on a couple of those spaces. What we met jointly was over, we've done it 2 or maybe 3 years, was there anything in the budget that we thought jointly we would make a warrant article? We were interested in their input about a warrant article. We'll write the warrant article about generators. And then, so don't put it in the operating budget, let us write a warrant article. Okay, so it was kind of those kinds of discussions. Collaborative stuff, not hire a teacher, cut a teacher. We didn't do that.
No, we didn't, no, I understand that, but I'm just saying,
You sent some recommendations through Danny
Yeah.
already about take this out. not
well, that's what I'm
do this
saying.
project
Basically,
next year.
logistically, that basically this is the board that has the hire fire type authority. You're superintendent and you do your thing. The budget committee does not have that authority.
Correct.
Right.
So to Kim's point, so it would make sense that sometime we have to see this so we can
Yeah,
do
when are
something.
we gonna see that's a good point. When are we gonna see the budget?
I would say this.
Before or after the budget committee's done? If it's after, then we're gonna look at it and say, yeah, we don't agree with this, we want you,
Right.
we think it should be this much more or this much less.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be what we do?
I don't think
Or no
that's what we wanted to do. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want the clock to run out, basically, so, well, this is obviously our future agendas and talks about deadlines, citizen petitions, so, you have it, what is the date of the budget committee's public hearing? Do you have that?
January, I brought that this time.
13th?
Thursday, January 11th is the public hearing on the budget.
So usually, it should be going to public hearing with their actual proposed budget.
Yeah, on the 11th. and then after the hearing, they can make some more cuts. Last year.
An additional 200K.
Or they can add.
After they listen to people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think legally they can add, they can only subtract after the public hearing.
Really?
I think so.
Well, I was just gonna say, there's definitely a set of rules that,
Yeah.
between public hearing and deliberate, what they can and can't do. And I think that's where that 10% rule comes in, and stuff on the floor, and what happens between, there's a little, I'll have to brush up on that, there's a whole set of little rules I remember from the past there that, those RSAs, but, anyhow, so, you're thinking this board will have the budget, you're thinking the 16th?
Well, I would expect that the budget committee's budget would be on the 21st, and if I prepare their agendas and all of that, the week before, it would be available on the 16th.
Mm-hmm.
Unless we all go the 21st
Right.
to their meeting. When they
Well,
get
that
it,
was
we
the
get it.
thing
That's
that
what
we didn't want to be presented the budget number with you guys there when we were seeing it for the first time.
Oh, okay.
Right, and I don't want to be at a joint meeting
On the
That's
30th.
that's
if I haven't seen it with just the school board.
that's why we pushed it back already once, I mean, if you guys wanna push it back again, the joint meeting,
Oh, no, I don't want to push it back. I would like the budget by the 16th.
so you guys wanna see the budget before the budget committee does,
You wanna see the budget committee's budget before
before
the
we see
budget
it,
committee
or they see it.
Okay, let's not see the budget then. Let's see the total salary line before the budget committee. Because we are the ones that can make cuts in salaries, right?
Correct.
In that
So
line.
you
The
wanna
budget
see
committee
in a
can't.
silo, the salaries versus the rest of the
Uh,
budget.
Well,
Sure,
actually,
because that is half the budget.
actually,
there.
you really can't. I mean, or should I mean, you.
I'm looking at it right now.
No.
Salaries,
We can't make,
insurance, benefits. Go ahead.
You can make
we
cuts.
can't make cuts in salaries. We can make cuts in bottom line.
We can make cuts in line positions.
We can make cuts in the bottom line. He gets to decide how it
Okay.
gets split up.
Okay, all right.
No,
Correct?
that's not true. No,
I was
that's
gonna say,
absolutely
that is not true, that clearly is not
That-
true.
That's not true.
Of course this board has the ability to do limited positions, of course it does,
Just did it the other day.
absolutely, of course it does.
What is, Mr. Belo is referring to is what can happen at deliberative. At deliberative, you can only make a motion to the bottom line, although you might stipulate where it wants to come out. But at the board level, we can do whatever we want.
Yeah, there's been some debate now about, you can remove positions, but you can't remove appropriations that were from the previous year in next year's default. So even though you remove a position, the appropriation isn't removed. That was-
Who's had that debate?
Well, I think the board has the
Where-
authority
where's that debate?
contractually to
Where-
do all kinds of things. You have to
Yeah.
honor contracts, if contracts don't exist, they don't exist,
Exactly.
so.
But the contracts exist.
Not if
I
they
know
don't
of two
have
that
an
don't exist as of last
appropriation.
week,
All right, well,
so this is,
It's just gonna, it's a mess.
so what are we gonna do?
well, I don't know, it's a mess, but it's,
I don't see it as
You
a
have people
mess.
that feel very strongly about appropriations versus positions, and they listen, it's not my battle.
well, exactly, you're absolutely right, so if someone is gonna challenge the board, they would have to challenge the board.
Yeah, well, we
Right.
can take comfort in the fact that no one has standing to challenge a default
That-
budget. That's true.
Again, I'm not,
So?
again, so it's superintendent's right, it's not,
You
it's.
set the precedent, that's why there's no, we didn't know that, now we do, I guess, right?
Well, all I can tell you is, I think the
I
point.
had
of-
standing.
we-
I didn't fail on standing.
Okay,
Oh, boy.
let's go. Obviously, I think, as well as, obviously, people want, you're in the season here. People want to get their hands on a budget sooner than later. That's obviously the long and short of this thing.
Can I ask two quick questions on the budget that you gave us last time? On the 19th?
Yes.
Have you figured out why the retirement line jumped so much?
No, I haven't. As I'm going through the budget building process this year, I'm gonna determine why that is, because our rates are pretty much set from, we're in a 2-year cycle on those rates, so they should be fine this year.
Just wondered
The
if we-
broader question of why it's higher.
Okay, and the other question I have is I'm looking, and I know you say you haven't built the 18 budget, but I'm looking at your 17 and 18 budget with the salary lines, and I went back to the Warren article that looked at teacher raises over the 3-year contract cycle that was approved, and I'm seeing an increase of almost $1 million in total salaries. I guess that wouldn't be just teachers, but that, the teacher increase that was approved through that warrant is roughly 700,000. So I thought maybe that jump, if you were just jumping to add the incremental increase in the salaries of 2.5%, was that, but it seems a little bit bigger. It's kind of a rhetorical question for now.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because it's staff as well. So the teacher increase is about 700,000, and there's another almost 300 for staff. I'm trying to figure this number out.
I would like to know with that, I think, we've never gone back and said, how much was did the contract actually cost us? And I think that's a very good question, because I am never confident of those numbers, that, when we say the contract is gonna cost this over 3 years. How do we know? Because we've never gone back and said, what did the contract actually cost us compared to what the step rate increases were? So I would actually like an answer to that question.
Well, how you know that, though?
Well-
If people leave, how would you know
Because
that?
that's easy enough to figure out.
If people
I don't
leave,
know about that.
No.
I don't know about that.
Well, no, I think it's easy to figure out if you took your 17 budgeted number, or your 17 expended number, and multiplied by the number of teachers, and then multiplied by the 2.5% increase, that would tell, by the 2.5%, that would tell you that number.
The number of teachers or the full-time equivalents?
Full-time equivalents in the bargaining.
Whatever that warrant article was
Covering.
which
Those are two different numbers.
whatever the warrant article was covering. If you took that expended number in 17, added 2.5% to it, you should be able to find out what that number is, as opposed to the 724,684 that was on the warrant.
so you get into step increases as well, and the 2.5% isn't necessarily a straight across the board 2.5%. Depending on where folks are on the schedule, it could be a little higher, it could be a little lower. So you have that weighting aspect of it as well.
People change, different salaries, different
Sure.
steps, different experience. Sometimes it's more,
Jump a
sometimes it's
track,
less.
Jump a track up to masters plus.
Well, that's true, but you're basing your 18 budgeted number on your 17 expended number, aren't you? I mean, you gotta base that number on something.
Now, would you just ask what the contract
Right, talk about
costs?
two different things there.
And now we're talking about two different things at the same time again. Because people go back to school and they are more expensive now 2 years later than they were when the contract was on the warrant. People change, people leave, new people come.
I'm not saying that I'm trying to come up with the number that's on the warrant. I kinda wanna know what the actual number is.
It's different every year.
I understand that it's different every year. I
It's
mean,
not
it
as
makes
simple as
sense.
saying it has to be this % more than the previous year. It's entirely, it's apples and oranges, it's different people.
But it's a 2.5% contractual raise on a teacher contract.
I know, on different teachers. It's a
Right.
different group of teachers.
Yeah.
Right. And they're
There's
at,
50, 60
never
different
mind.
teachers.
I'm not gonna,
Okay,
I'm
Well, you're not
clearly
gonna argue, because I know what I'm talking about.
well,
It's
well,
50 or 60 different people.
okay, let's just drop that conversation for now.
yes. Okay. I guess the bottom line is, yes, I let the budget committee have their budget before us. I have no problem with that, obviously.
What if the school board met early on November 30th, before the joint meeting, to get the budget?
I'd like to
Do you know what I mean?
jump in here.
Because the budget committee's gonna get the budget on the 21st, and the school board, then we go, there's no school board meeting in between, and then we have the joint meeting. But if we have a school board meeting, maybe even just for like an hour, before the joint meeting, we'll have a chance to discuss it a little bit before we just jump into the meeting. That's all.
But I think Jeff
It's not
said
a
he
whole lot
could
of
have
time.
it
Yeah.
to us on the 16th.
I don't know why, well, to me, I don't know why we
I thought
can't.
you backtracked out of that.
When the budget committee gets it that night, which is what night? 21st.
can get it the 21st.
I was just gonna say, why can't we pick as of the 21st?
You can.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
yeah.
could. I think it's important to consider as well, though, that based on the way that they're looking at and I'm not sure how it's gonna be handled, I can find this out next week, looking at the previous meetings submissions for consideration at the following meeting. So at that meeting, they'll be looking at middle school, high school, curriculum and development, music, and athletics. That'll be on the 21st. So we'll have
After the budget's done, oh, they're gonna reconsider, gotcha.
we'll have that out. Now, they may say, well, okay, for those alone, let's take some consideration on the 9th. Let's talk about those on the 9th as well as the previous meetings. So if that's the case, that's going to be tightened up. But otherwise, I would put the budget together for them on the 21st, but it wouldn't have reflected any of their changes, cuts. It's possible it won't reflect any of their changes, cuts, thoughts on middle school, high school curriculum and development on those final areas, those final aspects. So when those changes are made, then I could finalize, where things are after all the department level budgets are in.
So after the 21st.
Well,
Maybe.
that said, the 21st, there'll be a budget out there, so you certainly could use that, but just be advised that may be changing. That's still a little bit of a moving target from a department perspective on the part of the budget committee, although it's always going to be changing, I think, up until deliberative, perhaps even after deliberative, right? It'll continue to change.
So the budget committee doesn't look at salaries. All this work they've been doing has been completely stripped of salaries. They're just looking at operating expenses of the buildings, and not even in its entirety, because, but in any event, they're looking at very specific things stripped of salaries. So I think they need our direction with respect to salaries as to what should be in there, because they haven't been examining anything with respect to salaries or staffing whatsoever. That doesn't even come up. And that's our job. Our job is to tell them what we think the staffing needs are going to be. And also, I think it's our job to suggest to them what we think the bottom line should be. Because they don't look at staffing, they don't look at salaries, but they do look also at the bottom line. And I think if we're concerned about the outcome of the whole process, we should be saying, look, we're going to help on the salary and the staffing end, and we're going to ask you to try to tighten up between us to get to this bottom line, whatever number we're trying to aim for. So I think we should get the budget on the 16th. We should see what the damage is, and then we should really roll up our sleeves and get to work on the staffing.
Okay, well, I have no problem with 5 days later. We both get them the 21st, whatever day they have, the 21st. What you're talking about is what I've been talking about with the superintendent for 2 or 3 months. So, I mean, basically, we can do our thing, I'm sure individually, collectively, and I'm sure he's gonna do his thing. Once you have all your numbers, and you can see this clock, well, you're gonna have the month of December to do your thing. And of course, in that you have holidays, so.
No, Mr. Boyle, though, typically, the budget's approved on the first meeting in December. That's been the case at least the last 2 years. The budget is approved on December 9th. That's what happened in the last 2 years.
The budget has
So-
been changed after it's been approved.
No, what do you mean? Like, you talking about at the school board level or the budget committee
The
level?
budget committee level, the
Okay.
first meeting in December, done. They get it 1 meeting or 2 meetings in advance, the full budget, and then by the first meeting in December, it's done. So please don't think that there's a lot of time here for the
Oh, I don't
school
thi- I-
board,
I
for the
definitely don't
school
think there's a lot
board
of
to
time here.
direct the budget committee to do anything. This is our chance. This is it.
Can make recommendations.
Can't direct the budget
Not
committee.
direct.
Wrong on that.
I don't think that it's a fair representation. The budget committee doesn't look at salaries. They just haven't looked at salaries as of yet.
Okay.
It's a budget building process.
They've never looked at staffing ever since I've been on the budget committee and on the school board. The budget committee has never looked at staffing, except to increase it.
That's not true.
Over and over and over.
It's not true. They give me a bottom line, I come back with staff reductions to meet their bottom line. So that's just not true.
Well, okay. Anyway,
I'm not certain that it's the budget committee's role or responsibility to come in and handle staffing. If it is their responsibility to come in and say, hey, here's the number that we're comfortable with.
right,
We're gonna leave it to the folks.
they go to
who
numbers,
Best figure out
Yep.
correct,
how to and how to make that happen.
correct. I
So
got you.
to say, I think it's a misrepresentation to say they don't look at salaries. I think it's,
Let's do this. Let's move along here. We will collectively get our budgets the same day. They'll be acting that night, and we can swing by and get us.
where are we at on the 30th? Is the board okay with the meeting, and at what time? The budget committee has been meeting at 6:45. I believe they're meeting at 6:30 on the 9th. So if you're looking to meet an hour before, what time, would it 7 o'clock, 6:30, 6:45? I don't believe that there's a room conflict.
Did they agree to, is that what you? agreed to?
Well, no, I mean, we're definitely gonna have a meeting on the 30th. My suggestion was that the school board meet prior, but nobody wants to do it, nobody wants to.
No, I do.
It's just where we do it.
Right, no, I just threw it out there.
Mm-hmm.
We could just, I'd like to talk about it together instead of
Right.
a few of you talk and then the rest of us don't know what's going on. I'd like to have a chance to all talk,
Could we not do it here? Why couldn't we meet here?
but their meeting, the budget
Right,
committee.
yeah.
will
Well,
Oh,
that's
you're
our
saying-
joint meeting if we
Right,
met.
so when is the budget
Why?
committee gonna meet? At 6:30 or 6:45 then?
Probably that night, I would I mean, it's on the schedule for 7.
Keep going.
We could go
Yeah.
sit in the conference room. That'll hold 9
Or-
attendees.
We could do
Be in the library or,
the library in the high school.
if that's not comfortable in there, I don't know if that, because there's a room right there. I mean,
And just meet an hour before and then come into the meeting. At least it gives us a chance to have looked at the budget and say, now, what are we doing about this line?
well,
So-
just to help speed things, so if Brian, if you guys agree, and you just let Kathy know, and she'll just set up somewhere for you.
Sure.
What
Would
do
this
we
be,
do-
would
What
this,
will we do about camera?
A camera for the,
Work session.
be work session, not a school board
Didn't
meeting,
you have
right?
a work session?
Is that right? Does that sound right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
we're
not
not gonna
I'm not
do
concerned
anything, we
about the
just wanna
camera.
look at it.
You're not taking any
Votes.
action, you're not
Yeah.
taking any votes, right? You're just looking at the budget, right?
Mhm.
So we're talking about the school board getting the budget on November 30th
The 20th.
now?
The 21st.
Okay, November 20th.
Yeah, you'll have it already. It's that, you're talking about having an hour to talk about it before you talk about it with the budget committee. In a group like this,
And get
assembled.
it in 7
After
days,
having
8
it for the
days.
21st.
Oh,
You'll have
okay.
had it for 9
Okay,
days.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
That makes
We'll
sense?
talk about it in
So we
November.
get
Lots
it
of
on the
dates to final.
21st, and
Yeah.
then we talk about it as a board on the 30th.
Chat, and then come in and meet with them.
It gives you an
Does that
hour
work?
before the rest of the hours.
And should that meeting even be here? I mean, budget committee plus the school board's a lot of people in this room.
Yeah,
We can probably do
We
it.
did it.
We have
We've done
extra
it.
tables.
2 or
Okay.
3 years in a row. People sit
It'll
in
be
the
like
end.
offensive, defense, we're gonna sit you right across, we're gonna put chairs on the inside
We
facing,
sat, we cuddled up, it was fun.
a little chessboard in front of each one of you.
The other problem with that work session in that room, though, it's still public. Like, people could come in.
For a work session.
Okay.
Okay, so why don't we
I'm
get
just
the high
saying,
school
people
library?
could
No,
wanna come in and,
high school library with about a 15-minute window for you to get from there to here?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
So the high school library, yeah,
And do we have to post it
yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a legal meeting.
as a work session,
As a
all
work
right?
Still
session.
public.
Yeah.
Yeah, but post it as a work session.
yeah.
But we're
Yeah.
not filming or
From
not-
when to when?
We'll take
Anytime.
minutes for.
Okay, so this starts at 7, they're gonna need 15 minutes to get from there to here. So, you wanna say 5:30? Cause that'll get you to probably 6:45, an hour and 15 minutes.
So 5:30
Does that work?
to 6:30, and then at 6:45, the joint meeting with the budget committee here, yes? Okay.
If they move it up. It's at 7 right now, but
Yeah, that's 15 minutes either way.
they they might move it up, I don't know,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
They're all at 7 unless we say so.
correct, unless you vote otherwise, and although that's a special meeting technically.
With budget
Jeff, you read all
to
those- you read
them
all those
on the
nu- those dates down?
21st.
All this.
Okay.
So historically, this has been a budget committee meeting.
It is a budget.
It's still a budget committee meeting, but the school board's, it's
With
a
the
joint
joint,
meeting.
yeah.
But it's run by the chair of the budget committee,
Yep.
correct?
Yep.
I guess so, yeah.
Yep.
It has been in the past.
Lee did last year, and
Yep.
Dave and Dennis the year before, I think, right?
Very well then.
How do you, so where's that meeting's gonna be,
The library, we're gonna
Both?
try to get it.
No, you're talking
the
the,
joint meeting is gonna be in here?
it's gonna be
How
here.
do you want that set up?
It's the budget committee's setup.
So set up like the budget committee like this with the school board and the chairs over there? Does that work for you?
That's how
That's
we've
how we did it
always done
last time.
Doesn't matter to
Just
me.
asking.
Doesn't really matter to me how it's set up.
But it's, because we're there invited, yes.
Yeah.
Well, now it's the people that set it up.
Yes, please.
Just do it the same, I guess.
We're over there.
Okay. Got it? Do it the same,
That's what this is?
same as you did it last year.
And we're over there. And we're here.
Yeah, you had.
Oh, okay,
these
tables?
Set up
Yeah,
almost.
Got it. That's what I was
Other end of the
envisioning, like a
line.
full circle.
Yes, you did.
Oval.
Got it.
Like a
Oval.
safety
Yes.
committee
It's
meeting.
got some cuts, it's more of a.
Completely got it, yes.
Octagon.
Dan, was I under the impression that the budget committee meeting was gonna be an hour for the joint section of that meeting?
Yeah, I think it was gonna be about an hour, and then we were gonna conduct our normal business after.
The budget committee would go into their own,
Right.
their own meeting.
Yep.
Good.
Okay,
Very well.
Okay,
that's
thank
fine.
you.
You got anything?
I do have a few things, if that's okay with you. Do you want me, I'll go as quick as I can. We have a donation, Atkinson Academy, it's in receipt of a wooden carved bear from the Graysick family in memory of Major Jeremy Graysick, United States Marine Corps. Statue will be placed outside the building and will hold a small whiteboard that will display daily messages to students as they come in the building. The dedication ceremony of this school mascot honoring Major Graysick will be held on November 9th at 9:30 a.m. The carving is valued at $800, so I'm asking the board if you would accept that donation from the Graysick family.
Motion to accept that from the Graysick family.
Second.
Those in favor? Unanimous.
I believe you have a picture of it, copy in your package.
Two, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
Very
It's a
nice.
biggie.
Okay, annually, I believe, is this in your packet too? The New Hampshire Teen Institute?
Yep.
Oh, great, okay, so, Kelly Bennett, as you know, great counselor that we have at our middle school, runs this Leaders in Prevention, and it's a student trip, and it has been vetted by SLT. More information is included in your packets. The trip to the New Hampshire Teen Institute Conference is scheduled for either January 12th through 14th or February 9th through February 11th at the Barbara C. Harris Conference Center in Greenfield, New Hampshire. The purpose of this trip is to provide a comprehensive leadership training program for middle school students to help them thrive in the midst of pressures associated with growing up in today's society. The students will then bring these newly acquired skills back to the school and the community. So we're requesting 1 day off from school. It's 8 students and 2 adults. The trip costs $2,200. It's offset partially by scholarship money, and it is budgeted for, or they have the money. So all they're looking for, and I do believe it's most likely the Friday, the February 9th, but it may be January 12th. They're asking for 1 day off from school because it's a Friday.
Motion,
Second. Whatever day they need.
Okay.
Okay, you want, the reason, the person that does it, the other adult that does this with Kelly Bennett hasn't committed to the day yet, so it's one of those 2 Fridays. I believe it's going to be the February date, but I just need that, so.
They've done this before. This is a trip they've done numerous times in the past. It's a great weekend workshop.
Okay, motion made, second. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Abstentions?
Okay. If there's a lengthy presentation to the school board at one point several years ago, if you're interested in more information, you can check that out. Kindergarten program at Danville Elementary is in receipt of a new kindergarten student who brings the total number of kindergartners in this particular class to 21. Maximum class size set is at 20. Imperative that this student attend Danville Elementary along with her siblings. I'm looking for the board to waive class size for this particular program, AM kindergarten program at Danville. So I can just add this one student.
motion made.
Second.
All those in favor? Unanimous.
Thank you very much. Student enrollment request. We have a request to allow a high school senior to remain at Timberlane Regional High School despite his parents' move out of the district. Our office has looked at ways to try to accommodate this request. However, the only option would be to request approval from the board for him to stay. That would include a waiver of the tuition liability. The student is a lifelong Timberlaner and he's in his senior year, so we're looking for them to allow them to finish their senior year. I need you to allow me to let them stay.
Motion.
Second.
Well, discussion. So where is the student living? I'm just worried about transportation. Is transportation on the student or on
Yes,
the
it
Yeah,
is
district?
on the
the
student.
student's responsibility to get to and from the school. I don't have that information in front of me, so I'm puzzled by the question. I just don't have the information.
All right, so the student is responsible for transportation.
Their own transportation. They're senior, their parents moved out of the district. We typically would come to you and say, can they stay the rest of the year? We generally have honored that request.
Those in favor? Opposed? Abstention?
Thank you. As you know, Tom Geary's been working hard with Sandy Hodgkins in terms of transportation, so we have a new way to report a transportation issue. So pleased to report that the parent portal for reporting transportation issues is up and live and can be found on the district homepage under Transportation tab under District Departments. This portal will serve as an online repository for transportation concerns and issues. The site is monitored daily and will be used to inform the Transportation Department to improve route and program efficiencies. So people are sending these in and they're getting back to, a little different than just an email to Sandy. So,
Right, crowdsourcing.
what?
Crowdsourcing, sort of crowdsourcing in a
Yeah.
way of information.
So, letting you know that. I worked with Chairman Boyle on this. Obviously, you know, we had power outages and those sorts of things, and Sandown North was without power. We wanted to reopen. So on, I believe it was Tuesday afternoon, we found out that Sandown North would not have power potentially for the rest of the week and into the weekend. So I spoke with Chairman Boyle about this and said, you know, we really want to open up. We don't want to close the district for one school. We also don't want to have one school not have kids in it. So he was able to get a portable generator. I learned a little bit about this because I'm talking about phases. You know, it's a three-phase. Is that right? That's the right terminology?
Correct, right.
Three-phase generator to keep the school open. So power has been restored, I believe, at some point today, but we have to test. It takes a while to test the fire alarms and smoke alarms and all those sorts of things. So we had to keep the generator there running. So we were able to do that. So I commend the work of Tom Geary in such a short time, being able to get that out there and get that set up. So that worked out well. And as you probably saw, we sent a press release out yesterday. You know, as we became whole and we had everything up and running, you know, several people had reached out, and you know, this is not in place of any emergency management director's work. This is simply, we have resources that belong to the people that live in our towns. You know, if they need a hot shower, if they need to come in and use the internet, if they needed a warm meal or any of those sorts of things, families that are in our district, we asked them, we set up in both Hampstead and Timberlane a way that they could contact the school could contact here. We wouldn't be having people go to schools and take showers, but we do have a shower here that they could use. And so I have Susan Rasco working on the student service piece here in Timberlane, and Tom is working, Geary is working with Hampstead, you know, people that send in any kind of concerns. And so if we can accommodate them, they will, and if not, we're trying to channel them where they could get the help. So we're just trying to help facilitate that, and people have been appreciative. It's,
Has anybody, I'm not asking how many, or who, obviously, but has anybody asked for that kind of help?
Yes.
Or take us up on it? Great, I'm glad.
Yeah, so it just seemed like the right thing. It's a quality of life piece, and people were appreciative. You know, it's been a hard time for so many people with the power, and some people had it and some people didn't. And you know, I also want to thank everybody for their patience in terms of you know, you know, keeping school open and then having, you know, calling a delay and then hoping you can open in the morning and then realizing you can't. You know, we're just trying to get as much information out as possible and trying to keep up on getting that out. I know you know, there are fans of Twitter and not fans of Twitter, but if you were following, you can see the hundreds of questions that I'm answering all night long. You know, we're gonna have school tomorrow, or what's gonna happen on my road, this wire's down, those sorts of things. So we try to use that to keep people as up to date as possible and involved in the decision-making process. And we were up at earlier than just your typical snowstorm. You know, we were up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I got to work with the bus company in Pinkerton and other places to coordinate this. So people were very patient and very appreciative. We didn't, you know, and we just appreciate that they understood how difficult it was. The one question though that was hard, and I didn't mean to mislead and make it look like TTA wasn't ready, but we didn't engage any online blizzard bags, online learning, and so Initially, I'd said, we're not ready. So by not being ready, it was started, what, the teachers aren't ready, the administrators aren't ready. No, we can do it. It's just, I want you to think what it is, an online learning, right? So we need people online, and nobody has power. So it just didn't make a lot of sense to have something like that, where the kids couldn't communicate with the teachers, and the teachers couldn't communicate, and how do they get their lessons? It just seemed like, it would seem insensitive to ask people to do that without power. Now, you would say that could happen in a blizzard, but this was more than a blizzard. And we wouldn't call one in a blizzard if we knew everyone was knocked down, the power's knocked down. That's usually one of the reasons you don't call it. We also like to give TTA a heads up a day in advance, and I'm just being honest, I know it was on the news, this caught us by surprise. I mean, we thought it was gonna be further west, and it just, that Monday morning, we woke up and it was like the damage and the power outages and those sorts of things at 3 and 4 in the morning just kinda took us a little bit by surprise, but I just felt it would've been slightly insensitive to ask people to, they had other work to do. They had, I think, more important things to do with their families, and so, again, I just wanna thank them for their patience, and it was, we pulled together, and I think we're whole again, so that's good. So, that's my report. So,
Chairman Boyle, I did appreciate being notified on Monday that the schools would be closed. However, I did not get any notification for Tuesday that the Sandown schools would be closed.
No, Sandown wasn't closed on Tuesday. Everything was closed Tuesday.
Well, or any of the schools were closed on Tuesday.
I went out, I sent one out on Monday night, around 8 o'clock, that we were gonna have a 2-hour delay, but to check back in the morning. Keep my fingers crossed. Hampstead was able to open on Tuesday morning, because they didn't have they had power outages, but they didn't have as many trees down blocking. We had places where, like, entire developments, we couldn't get kids to school, so, I don't know why you didn't, I don't know. I mean, did other people get
5:38 in the morning, I got, 5:38.
How did you get notified on Tuesday?
5:39 in the morning.
Oh, I got it before you, 5:38.
Yeah.
I'm not
On
talking
my-
about Twitter.
This
No.
is a
Is
phone
there-
call.
Is it on
Says
your
SAU
messenger?
right there.
Well, I didn't get a call on Tuesday.
Was it text message?
I got 3 phone calls the day before.
Well, you're a parent and I'm just a school board member.
Yeah,
I
but
got
you're-
one.
Yeah, but you're on the list. They sent it to everybody. And then,
Well, I appreciated getting the notice on Monday,
Double
but I
check
didn't
to
get
make
it.
sure that you get notified.
Well, if it
I
makes
don't
you
think
feel any
anybody-
better, my wife got a notification on Tuesday, and I didn't. In the same room. So for whatever reason, my phone didn't go through to my phone, but it went through to hers.
and I want to think what.
Cell tower part.
We-
It could
and-
be
and
any
We
number.
had to change bus routes and those sorts of things, because there are certain places where, like, we're asking people that normally get on a particular stop to try to get to another stop, and again, that was tricky too, because there's wires down, and we're just telling people. But the other thing that we said was, listen, if you don't feel safe, this was even to Wednesday, or even on Tuesday in Hampstead, we can give an excused absence. We extended the quarter by a couple of, 2 days, people to get work in. I asked them to put their 2-hour delay schedules up so people can look and see if we end up with a 2-hour delay, what it would look like. I asked them to put, ask the high school and the middle school, make sure that people know if it's an A or a B day, so they got that schedule up there. So I feel like people, and people have been great. I mean, that's one of the beauties about Twitter. A lot of those questions were coming in, and that was how I was like, oh, that makes sense. Everybody should know if it's an A or a B day. What's my first period gonna be? What do I need to prepare for? Those sorts of things. So, I just like to commend all the district staff, because everybody was really, surprised by this, but yet prepared to respond, which was great. So thank you.
Well, unless there's any earth-shattering about reports of the school board or anything, I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion made.
Does somebody have anything, one sec, do you have anything earth-shattering?
What about the treasurer? When are we looking at the treasurer's applications?
That I think they
Closing is
close.
tomorrow.
They don't close until tomorrow.
Applications are accepted till end of day tomorrow.
So maybe on the
So
16th.
Then it's Mr. Boyle, Dr. Farah, and Mrs. Sherman who will be interviewing
What?
any candidates. That's what you agreed to at the last board meeting.
Oh, yes, yeah,
So would we bring somebody on the 16th? Is that your plan?
Oh, maybe.
That'd be nice.
Because the SAU board's meeting on the 15th, so they might have a recommendation on the 15th as well as a recommendation on the 16th.
Okay,
We
Just had
adjourned.
a boatload of M&Ms earlier.
I love to adjourn.
Oh,
Beautiful.
I need a motion. 11:20.